Morning, everyone. Okay, this thing confused me. Alright, let's get in trouble. Our off-block time for today is in, max, I'm already in 244, by the way. I'm already at 244. Alright. Let's see here. Let's get this thing set up. Turn power on, batteries on, Adiru's on, emergency lights. Turn all that. Alright. I need something to drink. Just kind of waking up as of a few minutes ago. As of like half an hour ago. So, well, okay, I have a reason for switching back to default scenery for Heathrow. I should get back to one of my most recent streams. Yeah, my PC cannot handle any builds Heathrow at all. That's what I've discovered. I can barely handle this, actually. Anyway, wait for everything to get on. I've already gotten my sim brief flight plan, and I've already loaded up all the extra fuel I need. Taking 10 tons of extra fuel, because I have no clue what stuff's gonna look like here in about 8 hours. Let's wait for everything to get up. Our new sky off block time is 6:15. I believe it'll be a 2-7 right departure, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen a bunch of people land 2-7 left. I've not seen anyone land 2-7 right. I'll take that back. Someone's on approach for 2-7 right now. I'm gonna go with 2-7 right, I think, though. So I'm going to 7:15. 6:15 Zulu, so I think that's 7:15 your time now. The times switched, and actually on Tuesday this week Tuesday I'm actually gonna build a time panel to put like right here. 3 times. My local time, Heathrow time, and sorry, my local time, London time, and Zulu time. Just because it'll be easier for me to look down. Sim brief, set payload, set fuel, select the route. Do you have engine maintenance we have to do? Might. I could use some tires, but nothing. No, I'll do that tires when this thing gets a fresh coat of paint later. Well, actually, it's the only one that gets a fresh coat of paint. It's the Rolls-Royce one that's getting a fresh coat of paint later. Yeah, let's replace the tires now before we have any issues. Look at that. Alright. Tell you what, default Heathrow does a good job at blocking off the maintenance area. Alright. I can activate the route now. We have all of our legs in good. Oh, we're on Magsit. What departure does it have us out of? Yeah, 2-7 right. Magsit 1 Foxtrot departure. I don't think I've ever taken that departure. Magsit 1 Foxtrot. Alright. VNav. Okay. Let's get the wind. Load the wind. Alright, in that case, I will have to take a look at what that looks like. And my iPad is over in my work bag right now, and I'm too lazy to get up and go get it. I do legitimately use my iPad now for work, though, which I'm kind of considering buying an extra. The most will come first. Exit 1 Foxtrot departure. Let's see. Here's what that looks like. That looks very, very easy. Initial climbs altitude 6,000. Initial climb at 6,000. It's not bad, actually. So that's with the new VMR. That is with the new VMR. The one that I did not make. That is with the new VMR, with the one that the generator that David sent me made. Which means most likely my livery's wrong. Someplace. Most likely. Okay. Well, I already have to release a V2 for it. I'm gonna paint the cowling, and then also going to actually address a little thing that Joanna found, actually. I'm actually gonna color the AP a bit more. That will get released at some point later this week. But that's good to know that it's good 2-7 left. Do you know what they're reporting right now in real life? Simbrief gave me 2-7 right. Right on 2024. We need to use 2-7 left. Okay. It's really I thought it was a I thought they switched it. I thought they switched it periodically. Yeah, no, you're right though. I mean, right now in real life they're landing pretty heavily 2-7 right. Their takeoff 2-7 left. Alright. In that case, it's going to be 2-7 left, exit 1 golf. I thought they alternated. I thought they alternated though. For noise abatement. All right, what's the meter looking like? Heathrow. 220 degrees 7 knots. QNH 1031. Let's see. I need to get Moby Flight up, RAS up. I don't have my light panel hooked up right now. That would change in the next few days, I think. I think I'll already hook up my light panel. RAS is up good. I'll do that update later. I have a list of updates I need to do. And shit, starting. You know what, whatchamacallit did. So, Moby Flight released an update. It's borderline. I'm not going to de-ice for the sake of getting out faster, but I mean, there's no moisture in the air, so it's 2 minus. So it's 2, and then their dew point's 0. So there's no visible moisture in the air. So I'm not. I would say no. No need on de-ice. 20 GS light. Tune in this chaos. Aeronaut 22 Bravo with a ready check, please. Oh, there should be a few of us here. All right, let's see here. Take off. It'd be 27 left departure. Improve climb, disable that. Okay. Actually, today we get some pretty decent takeoff data. So if you hit 27 left, flaps 5. 7 of gravity automatically calculates. It is not ATR to take off today. Assume temp 5-1. Temperature 2. Wind 220 at 6. Estimated takeoff weight. Why is SimBrief's numbers so much lower? Estimated takeoff weight 245,960. I'm gonna go with SimBrief's numbers. V1 148. Rotate 154. Safe climb 160. Alright. Any NOTAMs I have to pay attention to? Heathrow. Restriction notice 2026 for diversions due to capacity. Okay. Letting surface out available to 7 right. Alright, anything for 7 left? No.
Heathrow traffic, shuttle 3 Golf right, heading 170 base ILS 27 right, Heathrow.
Alright, not looking bad. Alright, about to brief the cabin. Is the AP on? Let's not make that mistake the other day. Alright, should be able to have everyone there in approximately 8 hours. 8.5 hours max. Any expected turbulence?
Heathrow traffic, shuttle 3 Golf turning final ILS 27 right, 13 miles speed, 200 knots, Heathrow.
As we enter U.S. airspace, expecting some moderate turbulence. And then I think that no, the in-flight meal is nice roast beef. Ladies and gentlemen from the flight deck, this is the captain speaking. First things first, this time I kindly ask any ground crew to please vacate the aircraft as we are about to prepare, as we are about to push back off the gate. Welcome aboard this British Airways flight number 229, operated by Aeronaut. Doing business with the call sign Aeronaut 22 Bravo. Total flight time for today is expected to be about 8.5 hours, though we are going to expect some moderate turbulence upon entering U.S. airspace. Tonight's in-flight meal, everyone gets the option of roast beef or roast beef, because that's all we have. We're not exactly known for being the best when it comes to in-flight meals. Anyway, like I said, any ground crew, please vacate the aircraft as you're about to push back off the gate. I'll go ahead and provide more details once we're in the air. Thank you. And cabin crew, please begin safety demonstration. Thank you. Alright. Alright. Will do. They have up to initial climb of 6,000. Alright. GSX prepares for push and stop. No de-icing. No, I'm ready. At this point in time, I'm ready. I will take my I will happily go first today. Either traffic speed 22 Bravo Heavy, stand 24. Sorry, Aeronaut 22 Bravo Heavy, stand 244. Push and start facing south. Expecting 27 left departure. Heathrow.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
traffic, Charter 3 Golf, short final 27 right, Heathrow.
Alright. It's time.
Departure check completed.
Computer's running.
Bypass pin inserted.
Proof that David's issue is stupid. I'm removing my rudders. And it's working fine. But I do understand his issue with the parking brake.
Longboat 17 Alpha TV and pushback facing east, the gate to 35.
Locking gear.
I do just need to do a quick little check on this. That's good. Okay, south. Beacon's on.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Alright, knitted. Start fucking new sky. We're not taking that much cargo today, so we'll still make a fair amount of money, but we're not making that much money today because we're actually mostly empty on cargo. We're in the yellow for once. So. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Orange screens.
Yes, easy 320 and 258. Is there any air traffic control online at underneath her today?
Not at the moment. For right now, just do whatever you need to do and make sure you state your intentions on Unicom.
Okay, thank you.
That's a first. Uh-oh.
Heathrow traffic, Charter 3 Golf, clear of 27 right, taxiing off link 57 to stand 501, Heathrow.
That does not sound good. Chase lane for the win. Actually, I need to. I have an extra mouse coming Monday, I think. Which I guess is tomorrow. So, alright. Taxi lights on. And turn off. Yeah, we'll just do those for a moment.
Please set parking brake.
Let's get number 1 up. Get lay down. Bed. 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 That is good engine start from number 1.
Traffic speed bear 12 is short runway 27 left.
We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Alright, beacons are on, right? Good. Get down. Well, this means a taxi of about 3 meters. It's actually it's going to be a very, very quick taxi. It's about to be a very, very quick taxi out.
Unlocking gear.
2-8. Alright. Oh dear. Oh dear. Ouch.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Go lay down. Bed.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
I see you. Bed. Bed. Flight controls, check the flaps to full. Full up. Full down. Full left. Full right. Hopefully. Heathrow traffic speedbird, aeronaut 22 Bravo, heavy taxiing now, holding point November Bravo 1 for runway 27 left via Lima, Bravo link 28, and we will hold short of November Bravo 1, Heathrow traffic. Hopefully this guy does a good job. Oh, that guy floated it. That guy floated that one. What was just a 5? I feel the frustration floating it though. Remember, you can always go around unless you're critically low on fuel. In which case you become Ryanair. Right. Auto brake RTO. Flaps 5. Down position. Good. All lights are on. Good. APU off. Cabin crew seats for takeoff, please. Cabin crew seats for takeoff. Oh dear. Dear. I feel for you, mate. I feel for you, mate. On the bright side, the Ambulance A350 doesn't take that long to set up once you get used to it. I used it quite consistently back in the day, but just not great. So I'm going to give it another go when my stick arrives.
Get traffic along with 17 Alpha Heavy and taxi to runway 26 left via Lima and Papa and Alpha November and all depend Mike.
Seatbelt 13027 left.
Alright. Everything's on. Good. Alright. Flaps 5. Check. No. Our flight controls. Good. Auto brake is RTO. Gears in the down position. Lights are all on. Good. Everything is looking good. We are fully ready for departure. New Sky has been started, right? AFM. Wow. Heathrow traffic, aeronaut 22 Bravo, line up now, runway 27 left, Heathrow. No, final, good.
Easy 320 taxiing taxiway Lima, turn left onto taxiway Bravo.
Approaching
Turn left at
27
Titan,
left.
7 right at Alpha 4.
I feel like the odd one here, but I know I'm right on this. I feel like the odd one here. But I know I'm right on this.
27 left.
Alright. All good for takeoff. Heathrow traffic, aeronaut 22 Bravo, heavy takeoff now, runway 27 left, max it 1, max it, 1 Gulf departure, Heathrow traffic. Alright, takeoff 1, set, thrust set, stabilized. Assume temp 5-1. Uh-oh. 80 knots, everything normal. On the right side, you have some good separation.
B1.
B1, rotate. Pause right, gear up. Give us the flaps in. Either traffic speed aeronaut 22 Bravo, now airborne passing 2300, initial climb 6000, max at 1 Gulf. Heathrow traffic.
Easy 320, lining up ready for departure or to Dusseldorf on runway 27 right.
Airspeed a little low. David, to catch up. What about one now? Alright, gears up good. Flaps are away, check. Now that's way to depart Heathrow. In the daylight. And shots. Damn, only 340. Damn. I do get a step climbing, literally. Okay, we'll go up to 3.6. We are heavy today. In fairness, we are carrying 73 tons of fuel. But I could feel how heavy we were on that takeoff, though. Uh-oh. Is the sim having a bad day, then? Max it, then. Yes, sim having a bad day, then.
Easy 320, climbing through 7,000 feet.
Gatwick traffic. Attempted 2 Lima Hotel lining up and departing runway 26 left Gatwick.
Ouch. Ouch. That sucks. We might be able to see Gatwick. We might be able to see Gatwick now. Oh, good. 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 Heathrow traffic around 22 Bravo. Climbing now, flight level 360. Final call Heathrow traffic. Using David's special livery today. Which he did yell at me for not using. Okay, he didn't yell at me for not using it. He did not. He was not that able. But I kind of got the impression that he was kind of a bit saddened. So I could use it for him today. In fairness, this is actually supposed to be the aeronaut one, I think. The aeronaut livery 772. So there are two 772s that I consistently operate. There is the Rolls-Royce one, which I generally consider to be the BA livery, and there's the GE one, which I generally consider to be the aeronaut livery. Yeah. Aeronaut 22 Bravo turning now direct Southampton. Sierra Alpha Mike. And you're telling me that the Elizabeth line extends all the way to Southampton?
To Lima,
And Southampton is all the way down there.
Crossing,
Damn.
1,000 feet now. Gatwick.
ET0 coming through 21.
We should, yeah, if we were to look the opposite direction, we should see Gatwick all the way over there. I can kind of see Gatwick. Gonna be doing a lot more Gatwick stuff here soon. I think the plan that I have for the next month or so, I think we're gonna continue to do Heathrow, Baltimore, Heathrow for like the next month or so, and then after the next across the pond is when I think I'll go ahead and begin to work on our next tour. Is what I'm thinking. And there is actually a new tour available, so we might not go with the Australian one first. There is a long haul tour available now. So we'll go ahead and take a look at it in a few moments. Okay, Max, I am gonna warn you. There is definitely something wrong with the livery. Then, and I know the issue as well. I can't fix it right now either as well. I'm just looking at your screenshot here, and the issue that's wrong with it is I have a livery config. Well, the AnyBuilds aircraft that it has two livery config files, right? It has the livery config file for the aircraft, and then it has like the sim livery config file that kind of organizes the file structure of the whole livery. The aircraft one does not appear to be working because I see you have the nasty dot on top. So that is something I will have to fix. That might be the issue why my VMR is not working. I'll take a look at it a little later. So, yeah, I'll have to take a look at it a little later. So, this is the reason why I was very skeptical to send it out, though. Because there's a few things not fully working with it yet. I am going to paint the cowling of it, and then I'm actually going to adjust the APU stuff because, as I think it was actually Joanna sent me a message saying that the APU should have like a little brown bit. So, yeah, that's why there's a blue dot at the end, at the edge of it, or at the back part. It'll add like a little hump. So, but it should be on. It should be enabled by itself, but it's not. So, and I think that's an. I even think that might be that might have been a bug that I noticed earlier as well. So, and then unfortunately, any shit decided to make it impossible to do it any other way. They did not make it its own separate object. So, unfortunately, if you paint via Blender like I did most of the painting with, it's simply not going to work. Or sorry, if you paint it via Blender, it's just simply that blue dot's just gonna be there. It's annoying. It would be a black dot if it was not painted in Blender. Or yeah. Yeah, well, actually, if you did a combination of what I did, so it'd either be a blue dot or a black dot. In my case, it was a blue dot because I colored everything in first, and then overlaid the stencil for the gradient. So it's just any builds and their lack of documentation on this shit. So, by the way, I'll send out the V2 within the next few days. Adjusting a few things. Good luck. Landing lights can go off, runway turn off lights can go off, taxi lights off. And a very good morning to everyone from the flight deck. It's the captain speaking. We are now en route. So we are now en route to lovely Baltimore. Our current ETA for Baltimore is roughly 2:05 London Heathrow time. Like I said, we will be expecting some moderate turbulence as we are entering into Canadian/US airspace. So just keep that in mind. We do strongly encourage that even if the fasten seatbelt sign is turned off, we still very much encourage that everyone leave it on. Total flight time for today is roughly speaking about 7 hours, which is actually pretty nice, to be honest. It's usually about an 8-hour flight. Anyway, sit back, relax, enjoy the flight. Thank you. Well, there's no difference between booking under a tour and booking under a free flight. There's no difference. Right. Even when you go to do it under a tour, it's still free flight. So. Alright. When do I need to get my ocean clearance? Legs. Sapal. Now actually is when I need to get it. I should get it with my phone. Because the website's broken if I do it through my phone. That's in radar. I'd like to know it's natural. Track. Sign in with that's it. Request clearance 22 Bravo. 360 going. Max of 380. Yeah. Requesting. I'm gonna be actually cruising on a market for 8.4, not 8.3. How to get here? Yeah, not mistaken. There are some waypoints I've never used. Go and then going check. First entry fix. Oh, sorry, ETA for that is 718. Current TMI is 8. Entry clearance gotten. We are cleared to cross the Atlantic. Yeah, I still wish you could do it via CPDLC. I know that they changed that rule just to create like a centralized system, but I do still wish you could do it through a CPDLC for ocean clearance, which you could do it before, and then you can also do it via voice still, but you can't do it via CP. You can't do it via CPDLC anymore, which is a bit of a shame. But I think it's because Hoppy is just massively insecure. So I think the issue. We get to top climb, and then we will begin to do stuff. Yeah, I drifted from the center line a little bit, potentially. Still mostly managed to stay on it, though. So, I don't know. Did feel as if we drifted from the center line a little bit, but we should be fine, I think. Can't remain perfect the entire time, but still. Mostly stayed on it. Nice. Damn, so we're not gonna enter Canadian airspace until June. And then straight over Boston. I don't know why it has this on this weird arrival, but it does. It's the second time I'll explain it in a moment. That's the second time that St. Brief has kind of done me like that. Don't know what has me on a weird arrival. That's the second time it's a kind of just annoying. I will have to potentially reconnect and amend my flight plan route. Yeah, that's the second time it's done it, and I just don't know why it's been doing it. So this week I will most likely purchase my Moza AB9, most likely anyway. After I get paid, and continue to be broke for the next 2 weeks or so. Then after that, it's the new chair, and then rebuild the thing, and I think that'll be it for some upgrades. Aside from maybe a fresh set of rudder pedals at some point. But I think after that, that'll be it for sim upgrades for this year. Aside from some aircraft, which hopefully are decent. Oops, I forgot to squawk 2000. Right, almost level. Yeah, almost level. Just trying to find out where my stick is. Oh, well, it's not that far away. Passing 10,000. Yes. Okay, so here's a question. Parcel out for delivery. As of yesterday, nearly. Okay, I hope it's not done via the fucking U.S. Postal Service. Amazon's based in Hanover. Postal Service is the only one I think. I think they're the only one that's located. I don't know. My stick, the actual like Airbus stick part, will be arriving either today or tomorrow, most likely. It actually says it's out for delivery right now, but it's 2:50 in the morning, which means that is absolute bullshit. So, haven't gotten the Moza yet. That'll come later this week. That'll come. I'll order that later this week. So, no, it's the CN Tech, which is why I think I'm having a hard time tracking it because it's Chinese. It's CN Tech. Actually, really affordable, and Grumpy says they're the same quality as FS projects, except you can get them a whole lot faster. So, right order level 360. Total fuel 68.7. How much is it in the center? Should have a fair amount of time in the center pumps. Yeah, we do. That's all my extra fuel plus some in the center. Passenger signs on. Good. Actually, I'll just keep those on the entire flight. Wind. That was mine originally was a 340. But then it was this with the step climb. Oh, I'm keeping them strapped in. And here's the reason why. I actually have a valid reason why. Okay. Let's see. We are going through this little area here of very little wind. Yeah, but then after about halfway across the Atlantic, we're gonna have some pretty damn extreme turbulence up until essentially Connie. Then at Connie, well, this thing should smooth out a little. Knock on wood. Your optimum 375. My optimum is 351 actually. And we're at 360. Alright. Now Max, I'm curious about this. Did Simbrief give you this stupid routing as well? Because this is absolute bullshit here. We're arriving via the church floor, Nikki, by the way. Alright, noted. Did it give you the shitty routing here? Okay. Here's the reason why I'm not going to do that. There is a transition that we do every single time for the church floor arrival. It's the Noogie transition. Okay? Show it to you. Okay. So it's supposed to go direct Copes to Modena, and then direct to Noogie. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna make that amendment now. Okay, that is Mike X-ray Echo. From after Copes, and then Noogie. Yeah, just so you can see, and then actually Noogie will wait the final waypoint. Wait until I put in the arrival. Delete that, delete that, delete that. Okay. And then actually I can throw in the church for arrival now because it's not going to change. Church 4 at Lucky. There we go. Yeah, so instead of doing this funky shit right here, it's essentially direct. And I don't. This is like this is the second time it's done it to me. I don't know why, but I'm not doing that. Going direct to Noogie, and if any air traffic controller has an issue with it, then to be frankly honest, they can fuck off. So, because that is the official way to do it as well. I don't know why somebody that keeps doing it to me. Right. No wind. This is actually one of those things that I think that a U.S. air traffic controller would actually correct. So actually, that's not the most. Simbrief has done that to me a few times recently, putting in a bad route. We were going from. We were flying into Houston from New Orleans, and it completely fucked up that route entirely. I had to ask the controller for some help with a new route. Damn, nice. Just for my planning You're going decimal 85 out of curiosity? Oh, shit, damn. You're going Mach 85 for your cruising? Or is it something else? I'm gonna go 84 for right now, but I might slow down for you. I think my maximum in the triple is 87, actually. Speaking of the triple, I think that tonight is their inaugural flight back with the 777 for the BA route. At least here for the Baltimore route. I can confirm. Let's confirm real quick. This week, I actually intentionally went to my local giant parking lot and got a good photo of a 787. BA. Set that off now. I don't know when they're gonna bring the A350 here to Baltimore. Just to say it, the BA website's kind of bad, actually. Oh shit! Damn. That's Peter Miwi. I think tonight. What am I think that tonight it is. And that is because it is. Tonight, we are. Oh wait, no, that's a Dulles. To Miwi. No, not tonight. Not tonight. Tomorrow night. It's tomorrow night. Ooh. Ooh. I might be able to go into this one. Yep, it's tomorrow night. Ooh. In that case... In that case, I might go plane spotting tonight. If the winds hold up, and if the weather holds up, I might go plane spotting tonight. Try to get a decent photo of this thing. Do I have any plans tonight? Let me just quickly take a look. I do not. Nice. 7:40 arrival. We'll have to see. Yeah, that should be possible. That should be easily possible tonight, though. Yeah. Back over to the to what Grumpy says, the brown, which it is brown, but it's good brown. It's good proper brown. Proper functioning good brown. Right, let's go ahead and begin to... Well, first off, let's go ahead and organize all this. I'm gonna send Joan a message asking her if she can begin to work on a new tail for me. Well, I'll take a look first. New folder. A3 of 50. The retest 1. all those can go into there. These SVGs here, I can check those into logo. No. PMDG B772. Need to extract this. You put it in as a 0. But I'd go 8. I'd go 8-7 for now, and then if you catch up to me, then nice. All right, let's begin to paint this thing. I am willing to get the A350 another go, by the way. Especially now that I painted my own livery for it. Alright, so now this livery here is going to be kind of different to do. Okay? Because this livery here is completely done in this livery here is going to be completely done in Affinity Photo. Yeah. So let's see. What's this? 77 TLC. It's getting slow. There we go. Everything should be working now. Didn't do it in a moment. So this here is the yeah, that's the tail. Okay. Fuselage. What's the difference between these two fuselage? Is my question. These are all PSDs, which I have no clue what that means. That might be a Joanna department. Milk. Where my cups at? GS 37. Okay. Oh, that's actually pretty damn good. Sim's getting sluggish. Wonder if Novgraph is affecting that. Oh, I know why. Okay, PSDs and Affinity Photo do not match. Remind me of that later. So this here is the paint kit for the 777, at least for the fuselage, which means this one will be nice and easy to do. Alright, let's do that. I can minimize that, and then oh, damn. Alright, welcome aboard, Fry. It's been a minute, man. Right, let's look at this. Oh, that's BBC News. Alright, let's see. So, Fry. Oh, yeah, that's right. Seb's on vacation right now, actually. He sent me a message yesterday saying that he was at O'Hare. He's off to Madrid, actually. It's always nice to see people go on vacation, leave their comfort area. My next vacation could be in, is most likely going to be in September. I'm going to most likely leave the US in September for a few weeks. Alright. It's hard to zoom in far enough on this. It's a question. Okay. It's interesting how they did this. Whatever. Damn, the sim is really having a hard time handling this right now. Damn. This might be something I have to do on a laptop. The sim is really not handling it. Am I just like out of VRAM right now? Is that the issue? I might be. No, that is the reason why. I am out of VRAM. Okay. In that case, I'm actually just going to close that and then not do any painting tonight because, damn, PSDs are hard on the computer. In that case, I need a new plan for cruise. Okay, why that PSDs are so harsh on the computer? VRAM usage. That's kind of a lot of spacing. That's kind of a lot of spacing. actually 150 miles. I mean, as long as that stays above about 30, then we're fine. And 30 will disappear into about 8. So, good. We have 8 hours, so. Oh, actually, no, we have 7 hours. About 7.5 hour flight. It's usually about an 8.5 hour flight, but I guess the wind's got us in a way that has us less headwind, so. Oh, was your landing? Oh, yeah. I have to organize a fresh one. Think we were possibly considering Philadelphia or maybe even Charlotte for the next one. I don't know if we're gonna go to Baltimore or maybe try to get us away from Baltimore for once. We're thinking potentially Toronto. Maybe thinking potentially Toronto, maybe Philadelphia. Yeah, I just don't know yet. We're gonna fly out of yet. Trying to get a place with some decent freeware scenery for those who don't want to install it. So, yeah, I don't know yet though. It'll probably be maybe June, July, maybe soonest. I know that the UK schools get out a little differently than US schools. So the US school systems, we generally everyone gets out right about happy landings, right? Yeah, most of our school children get out middle of June, and then they go back at like end of August. I think the UK is like middle of August, if I'm not mistaken, or beginning of August. Then you guys are out through like September, through like the middle of September or something, if I'm not too mistaken. So yeah, I just gotta organize it properly, which right now that's not happening. Hmm. Yeah. Well, I don't have any school, at least not now. Though I'm considering waiting on the FAA to make their decision now for my medical, and then depending on that, I may or may not go back to school. Don't know. Though I am very much considering spending a week over there and trying to get the UK CAA one, which might mean I have to go through another bloody psych evaluation, which that's gonna suck. I do not want to have to go through another one of those. Speaking of, I actually need to call the on Monday. I actually need to call the psychologist, see what my results were, because they have not sent me any information regarding my results. So it's been about 3 weeks. So I need to give them a call on Monday to find out an update of my mental health. You said there are 2 purposes for that psych evaluation. The big main one was for the FAA, but then the second small reason just to see where I'm at with my mental health and everything. So there's been a few things I noticed which I wasn't diagnosed with back, I guess, 10 years ago now. So I can't do anything with Affinity Photo because VRAM usage will go through the roof. At least that's because of a PSD. Yeah, I got really tired. That's happened. I got really tired. That's what happened. You know, this works. Flying in the daylight for once. Better than flying at night all the time, which is what I usually do. I'm trying not to get into a habit of delaying the streams, but Grumpy's message to me this morning, or to me yesterday, was I was both saddened by it, but I was also thrilled by it because it meant I could go to sleep a bit, go to sleep for a bit, and wake up a little later. So I will tell him whenever we do this stuff Saturday night, I can probably do it a little later. Actually, it might be better most Saturday nights. Alright. When's my Amazon stuff is arriving tomorrow. Yeah. I just prefer having a set date on the calendar because then for me at least I can if I need to adjust plans for work, I can do that. All right, so my 3 clocks arrive tomorrow. My mouse arrives tomorrow, and then my LED strips also arrive tomorrow. Got 3 clocks coming for the thing, and then on Tuesday my filament arrives. And then I don't know when I'm gonna. When am I going to do this? I don't know. I need to move around everything here with the desk. Here's what I mean by that. Right. So I'm getting a new stick, which means this mount here, which is actually barely holding itself together at this point. But the Airbus side stick, that's gonna go away. I need to move this around. I need to actually stabilize this shelf here. Yeah, I have a lot of things I have to do with the setup. Which I might begin to work on tomorrow, depending on what time I get up. Or, well, today. Today, technically, depending on what time I get in. Depending on what time I get up. I should mow the lawn, but it's gonna be... Let's see, it's currently -2 outside. What the fuck? It's gonna get up to 16 degrees today. What the fuck? Oh, I hate weather. For reference, today it hit a max of about 5 degrees. And the other day, it was in the 20s. Fucking brutal. Damn. Damn, Tuesday, Wednesday, 29 degrees. Damn. It's gonna rain for the rest of the week, I see. Yeah, that sucks. Whatever. Yeah, our weather has been all over the place. Just for reference. And it's getting annoying because it's impossible to plan anything. On Wednesday, I should overseed the yard. Don't know if that's going to happen, though. Because thunderstorms! Yay. Fuck. I'm screwed. And then this entire week, I work. Aside from Wednesday. It's annoying, okay. Speaking of, I actually need to finish making my setup for tomorrow night. Right. Excellent bag. That works. All good. 20 minutes. Roger. See when you get back. I'll keep an eye out on separation for us. I have to quickly do this. Jackson. Sorry. I'm out of people then. Could I possibly even use an extra person? Who's gonna run? I could possibly even use one more person. Nice. I don't know if my computer can handle CAD anymore. Well, actually, it can. I'm lying about that. Next time I get to do some CAD, is gonna be this week. Getting some nice Airbus blue filament. From Grumpy. Oh, Grumpy pointed me in the direction of it. Officially, it's called cobalt blue, but it really is Airbus blue. I got that stuff arriving Tuesday. So Tuesday night, most likely, we'll most likely do a Heathrow Baltimore Heathrow. Okay, I've tried that, but the issue is the laptop I was using for that stuff. This guy, its temperatures consistently get into the 90s, and that was after I cleaned out the fans thoroughly, and after I and after I reapplied all of its thermal compound. So this thing just straight up overheats, and it's getting annoying. By the way, I pretty much put this thing into retirement now. This thing got me through 3 straight years of school and college before I stopped going. Due to AI sucking and taking over the entire career field. The entire career field. Yeah, at this point in time, this thing's essentially done, I think. The latitude 5310, and I think it's in its retirement age, unfortunately. So. You know what? I can't access the money though. I can't access it. I was thinking about so. Yeah, Chromebooks they're shit. I have legitimate. I actually legitimately have stuff against Chromebooks. I do legitimately hate those. I was gonna say, so I got my tax refund. It's gonna maybe place my MSFS order, but I can't because it'll take 3 days. It'll take 4 days for the money to transfer, and I get paid on Thursday anyway. Yeah, I got my whopping $4,300 tax refund. No, just stick with your just stick with 33 with the 360 and just tell them if they were to hop online. Or if you're within, if you're still over 15 minutes out, then it's a non-issue because you can just refile it if you're quick. But if you're already oceanic though, and or if you're within 15 minutes, then you can't refile. So just at that point in time, I just stick with it. So yeah, I'd stick with it then. Just stick with it. Let's see. Vatsum radar. Damn, you really are closing in on separation first. 153, 153 miles. No, that's not bad. It's not bad at all. So how are you loving the new livery? There's gonna be a V2 within a few days. Well, the V2 is gonna fix some stuff. The V2 is gonna extend the APU cone out a little bit more, and then oh, good. Yeah, and then I'm also gonna paint the engine cowling as well, which I can't do right now because the sim's running. And in order to get the KTX2 files, I have to close the sim out, which I'm not gonna do. Yeah, so Joanna did the tail of it, because she knows that stuff better than I do, and apparently every single BA tail, or almost every single BA tail, is different, apparently. So Joanna did the tail, which I'm very, very happy with the way that the tail turned out. And then Grumpy helped out with the design a little bit, just kind of with the input of everything. So we were gonna put they wanted to put a flag on the tail, or on the winglets of it, but I very much opposed that. I just don't think that I think that when BA did it with their A350s, I think it was a bit much, in my opinion. So I did not advocate for putting anything on the winglets aside from the blue paint. That said, though, the blue paint, it does works out quite well. I think it's, I forget who it was. Have you ever seen blue paint on the wings? Oh yeah, the 772, it's a beast. Yeah, I understand that point of view. I understand that. We were actually going to fly the 300 today, but something. We don't have one at Heathrow right now, so we only have this one. So yeah, okay, I don't have anything against the 772. It'd be nice to get out of it for once, but yeah. We were gonna fly it. We were gonna fly the 300 today, though. I tried to make a little bit more money for the virtual airline. So, but whatever. Such is life. Yeah, I think they're all. I can tell you where they're all at. Let's see. There's a Dreamliner at. Maybe I should give the Dreamliner another go one of these days. I think they're all at Kennedy. Yeah, there's an A350 at Kennedy right now, which I think was you yesterday, and then the 777-300 at Kennedy, which I might move over. Depending on how tired I am, I might do a bit of a swap. Do a round trip between Kennedy and Heathrow, or between Kennedy and Baltimore. Get a 300 over to Baltimore. I don't know yet. There's an A380. Whoever's brave enough to be flying that thing. Yeah, let's take a look at that. I'm curious about that. I mean, not bringing enough cargo. Not my fault. Let's see. Around the world at 2. Max flight of 9 hours and a minimum of 2.5. Visit every continent. Okay, start in London, end up back in London. Alright, so it's first Heathrow to Baltimore. Well, I'm going slow start, going 8 to 4 compared to you. So it's Baltimore, then down to Tucumán, then down to Chile. Then it's all the way down here to a beautiful airport here in Yashaya. Then it's over to Cape Town. Then up to Nigeria. Then Turkey. Then over to Dubai. Welcome back, Fry. Then it's to Singapore. down to, what is that airport? Perth. Oh dear. Oh dear. Then it over to Sydney. Back up via Picassi. I have no clue where that airport is. And then Hong Kong, Tokyo. Oh, we get to stop by where Seba operates. Honolulu, then Vegas, then Montreal, and back over to London Heathrow. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Grumpy's awake. Here's. Ouch. Ouch. It happens, mate. It happens. We all have bad landings. But remember, you can always go around. Unless you're Ryanair arriving into Manny with 5 minutes of fuel, in which case go around is not an option. Gusting 40. Okay, that's not mild. Headwind 40 knots, gusting 60. That's not mild. That's pretty damn extreme, actually. That is a get the aircraft on the ground situation, if not a straight up diversion. Oh wait, what are you guys using? That's not mild, Fry. That is like diversion point. I mean, remember, aircrafts do have limits. My maximum wind that I can handle in the 777, I can handle a headwind of about 40 knots, and then I can handle crosswind of about 25. So I can't handle anything beyond that. That is called wind shear. Lost a bunch of speed. That's called. Oh, actually, no, that's not called. It's not really called wind shear. Well, it can be, depending on if it changes direction or not. But yeah, Fry, I would. That would have been a diversion, if I were to be honest. But still. Let me just see. It's through a VATSIM Edge, which is a tool that Seb developed. And then you can just put the CID at the end of just put your CID at the end of that. You know, we should actually have one dedicated to me. So yeah, just make sure to add your CID at the end of that, or if you want to change it to call sign, there's a way to do that as well. Though I just do it via CID because it links it automatically for me. Alright. What's my schedule looking like again this week? Damn, this week's gonna be brutal. This week is going to be brutal. Because this week is spring break for all these school idiots. It's a spring break, which means it's gonna be busy. Which means by the end of this week I'm gonna want to quit. Which I'm actually, to be honest, I've had some thoughts about that. I'm not going to. Okay, all the school idiots here where I live are idiots. But school is where you go to become not an idiot. That's the difference, Fry. Some people may be idiots now, but they can be trained to not be an idiot. Alright. This week's gonna be fucking annoying. Hopefully I don't run out of stuff as well. Okay. So there is I have a bit of a different definition of a successful landing. In the touchdown markers, not damaging the airframe in any way, shape, or form, not popping any tires, staying on the center line. Fry ISB the same way. ISB the exact same fray. The exact same way Fry. Right. Anyway, that's my philosophy on landings. It can be 700 feet per minute. It can be the landing can be 700 feet per minute for all I hear. Yeah. But if it's not on center line, and if it's not in the touchdown markers, that's when you have an issue. So, speaking of landings, I actually need to update the landing tracker, which maybe we'll do that in a few moments. That landing tracker needs to that's not bad, Fry. I mean, it's not. There's certainly room for improvement, but I mean, in the conditions we're facing, that's actually pretty damn good. 342 per minute, pretty damn good. Cannot wait for New Sky to bash me for having an off-center line takeoff. Even though I don't think it was that far center line. Here's what a VAT Simulator had to say about my takeoff. Drifted ever so slightly. So lifted off probably about here. So yeah, that was not mild weather. November 6th, yeah, lifted off probably about here. So I mean, wasn't dead center line, but I think it was still far enough on center line to be happy. So. Right, have you seen the livery that I've been working on? The A350-1000 livery, which I'm not doing it for the A350-900. I'm not doing it for that one. Okay, I'm going to send you a few photos Oh, thank you. Because it is almost done. I just need to. I need to. I'm gonna go ahead and give the cowling a fresh coat of paint upon further thought, and then I'm also going to fix the files of it and get the VMR structure working again. It keeps wanting to. So David sent me a VMR generator, and so I ran that, and it didn't work, which is kind of annoying. So, and I'm not saying it's the VMR file at this point. I think at this point in time, it's most likely just the delivery file itself. I think the file structure on it's most likely broken, which I mean, it's me, so I'm not saying that's entirely wrong. But I do need to fix that. The idea is that it's going to replace David's A350 1000 VMR file. That's the intention anyway. So you load it in, and then it'll swap it out, and then every aeronaut A350 1000 will be my livery and not David's. So you were overweight and landing. Damn, no, that sucks. And this guy bashes you hard for overweight landing as well. Fry, out of curiosity, have you ever thought about getting yourself a little note to stick at the bottom of your screen of all your weights? Well, he had to release an updated VMR file though for the A350 1000, but my VMR file is just not working. $70 of fry, that's insane. For reference, I generally my minimum in terms of extra runway space is usually about 1,000 feet. If the numbers do not work out with a flaps 20 takeoff, then that means I cannot go in that aircraft. Oh, 70 tons. Oh, I completely read that wrong. 70 tons. You're in the A320? A321, A320, A319? Oh, you're most likely in the A320 Neo. You see, it's been so long since I last used the any buses. I don't even have a gauge on that stuff anymore. I mean, it's literally been a month since I last flew the Phoenix. And the sad thing is that I'm completely serious about that as well. It's literally been a month. And at this point in time, I'm just going to wait until I get my Moza to fly any more buses. Because, yeah, you guys have had some success with that. I'm going to give it another go when I get my Moza. Mainly because I would like to fly something a little bit more modern than the 777, but, that's the way I am fine with sticking with my 777. Might do it in the other simulators, but yeah, I'm fine with flying 777. But I am gonna begin to look into the 350 1000 again, especially now that I've made a livery for it. All right, actually, is there a way to do a poll here? Because I need to. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna make a poll here in the chat. You guys are gonna decide on the registration for the 777-200. Okay. Alright. And I'll take a look at it at the end of the stream. Okay. You guys get to decide the registration. For the new aircraft. The options are Golf Dash Kilo Bravo Whiskey in India, Golf Dash Golf Dash Ryan, or Golf Dash Yankee Bravo Whiskey India. It was Grumpy's idea, and actually, I have nothing against it. I have nothing against it. Okay, I'll take a look at the poll at the end of the stream. Once we arrive into Baltimore. And then, yeah. The question is, do I do anything tonight? I think the answer is going to be no. I think I'm going to paint this aircraft tonight and finish up my induction exam for VAT UK tonight. What does tomorrow look like at work? Useless, useless, useless. Decent. Monday night's gonna be brutal. Tuesday night. What's Tuesday night looking like? Okay, Tuesday night is not looking that horrendous. Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean? Ah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, we're gonna rejoin at 53 North, 50 West. You're not wrong, though. Yeah. I did not ever do GOFS. I did, I've always done MSFS, and I've done a little bit of X-Plane. So, I am not on Golf. I'm on, I actually forget what net check I'm on now. I should forget. I am on Echo. You're not on Echo though. You're. One of us is not on Echo. Okay, what did SimBrief give me? Because I didn't do any kind of adjustments for SimBrief today. I wonder if I didn't do it correctly. And I'm on Echo, but one of us is not on Echo. And then she files something differently than me. So am I. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if Bat Simulator's acting up again. It might very well be. I am straight up missing a waypoint on Vat Simulator, I think. Them Simbrief really screwed me today. Simbrief has really screwed me today. Maybe that's the reason that there's no shaded control online. Yeah. This is like the second time in a week that Simbrief has given me a shit route. I mean, I can respect Simbrief for wanting to get us straight through all the turbulence, but I mean, Simbrief gave us a completely absolute dogshit route when it came to our arrival into Baltimore. So much so that I have made the adjustment already. Because it doesn't make sense. So. Just go direct to Medina and then go direct to Nookie after that. Alright, Baltimore in 1,000 nautical miles. Oh wait, no. No. We have a set climb to 380 and 1,000 nautical miles. It might be a Vatson radar issue. It might be. Currently estimating Baltimore with 22.5 tons of fuel. Roughly 10 minutes behind us. Oh, actually, that's pretty damn decent. Yeah. When we descend, I'll communicate all my speeds as per usual. Remember, in the US, there is descend via. So that's though I always do it the UK way, the proper way. Actually, with that LaGuardia crash, I think there's a few things that are going to change with the USA and our air traffic control system. I think we're going to move in the direction of more like a European one or a UK based, especially here on the East Coast. So for reference, we have a few big differences. First things first, we have descend via here in the US, which is kind of stupid, in my opinion, because it keeps air traffic controllers' attention off the aircrafts, allows them to get behind on stuff. And then we also have landing clearances not meaning clear to land. The way that we look at landing clearances here in the US are you are allowed to land. Right? You're allowed to land on the runway. Doesn't mean it's exactly clear for you to land. Yeah. Now, over in the UK and everywhere else in the world, they have landing clearances actually mean what they say they mean. The runway is clear for you to land. So. Yeah, that controller I feel bad for. He made a mistake and he's gonna. I actually don't know if they're gonna put it on the controller though. I think they're. I think. It appears to me that the NTSB is very clearly trying to not put it on the controller, which makes sense. So. Yeah, I was listening to some of those ATC clips as well. Yeah, that I feel bad for that controller. To be honest, I don't know if that controller is going to return to his duties after that. And I'm not saying that because I think he did a bad job. I think he did the best he could. I mean, he made a very small mistake in this controller. Very good controller for LaGuardia. But he's going to... Surely he's going through some mental health issues now. Yeah, exactly. No, he should not go to prison for the rest of his life. He did the best he could, and he made a small little mistake. Right. I mean, did he make a mistake? Yes, he did. Did it cost lives? Yes. But you also have to remember, this guy was controlling the ground frequency, the tower frequency, and he was trying to deal with a simultaneous emergency already on the airfield. There's a United aircraft that had a bad thing, or that had a bad odor in the back of the cabin, and he had declared an emergency, right? So, I mean, yeah, the system here in the US is fundamentally broken, and the NTSB has been very clear for the past 5-10 years, at least, that the system is broken. And that it's not sustainable. So, but yeah, no, this guy did the best he could. I mean, this guy was handling so many other situations, and so many other things at the same time. I mean, it's incredible he did the job he could, even though he did mess up. Morning, Joanna. Joanna, we just took off like 2 hours ago. Yeah, right. I tend to agree with that. I tend to agree with that. Either way, we will have. I'm not going to speculate on the actual cost of it. I mean, I think the NTSB is. My personal opinion, I think the NTSB is going to put it on a broken system again, kind of like what they did with the DCA crash. I don't think they're gonna put it on the controller though. I think they're gonna say that the controller did the best he could, even though he did make a mistake. But yeah, I don't want to speculate any further than what I've already speculated. I think they're gonna. I'll wait for the preliminary report to come out before I really speak too much in depth about it. So, yeah. I think there's going to be 3 conclusions that they're going to make. And I think there's going to be a few recommendations as well. The first recommendation, which they should have already done, I think they're going to put transponders in all emergency trucks. Exactly. That's normal here for the U.S. though. That's completely normal because people are cheap. So, but I think they're gonna recommend that that transponders go in all emergency trucks and actually any car that goes on the airfield. I think they're gonna recommend that. I also think that they're gonna recommend exactly, Joanna. Exactly. I don't know what the point is of having a system that they're not going to use correctly. I mean, that system could probably save lives, but the truck didn't have a transponder, so. And then because it didn't have a transponder, TCAS didn't go off in the aircraft, right? And so they didn't see it until late. So. Yeah. But I think they're gonna put it on a broken system and put it on the transponders not being in the trucks. Yeah, I saw that video. That video is not good. The plane did not have a chance at all. And to be honest, I'm very surprised that there were not more casualties from that. I was very surprised when that's only the 2 captains there. I'm amazed that the people in the truck survived. I'm amazed at that. Yeah, still, I'm amazed at that no one else died in that. I think we'll have to see what the recreation of the accident looks like to find out for certain, but stuff did not look good. Yeah, that one especially. Wasn't it that ejected flight attendant wasn't she positioned at like the very front of the aircraft? I have no clue how she survived that. I have no clue. Yeah, okay. The NTSB is actually one of the few agencies that work here. Yeah, exactly. I have no clue how that flight attendant survived that. So. Yeah, well, that would have been even worse. The fuel truck. Do I actually think that the fuel trucks now? I think they actually run all the pipes underground with the airport, and I think the fuel truck just acts as a pump now. So 300 feet. Damn. It's a miracle that it's actually a miracle that anyone survived that. So. Yeah, Joanna. The thing about the NTSB is that apparently, and I don't know why the fuck this is not law, but apparently, the FAA is not required to enact NTSB recommendations. And so apparently the FAA has been absolute shit at enacting all those. And apparently it's only about 10% of recommendations that the NTSB makes that actually get enacted. Though the NTSB did say with the most recent one that they need to, with the DCA crash, that they need to enact every single recommendation, or else more mid-air collisions are going to happen, especially over the Potomac. It's 4:13 for me. Just playing stuff 747. Yeah, well, you have to remember that we have a broken government entirely right now. We can blame several people for that. By the way, everyone, in case you have not voted, I'll take a look at it at the end of the stream. The new registration for the 777-200 is up for votes. I have 3 options listed: Golf Dash Ryan, Golf Dash Kilo Bravo Whiskey India, and then Golf Dash Yankee Bravo Whiskey India. Those are the 3 options. I see that my name is making the lead right now of 50% of the vote. We'll take a look back at it. What do you mean? The orange? Oh, I know. Yes and no. Actually, I actually tore it down because it wasn't great. I'm gonna rebuild it though. I need to actually figure out the way I'm gonna rebuild it. And I'm actually gonna install flooring as well. So. I'm actually going to install some flooring so I can actually secure stuff like my rudder pedals properly. Then I'm also going to build a new chair at some point in the near future. But the most it's going to come first. Actually, my stick should be arriving within the next few days. Then I just need to order the most when I get paid later this week. So. Yeah, I think we all know my position on the political situation here in the U.S. Everything is broken, and I'm trying to escape because of it. That is reason number 1 for running away from the U.S. Reason number 2 is that I just don't like the U.S. Too much freedom shit. Okay, wait. Too much freedom shit, then we don't even have a decent healthcare system. I had to pay $4,000 for that psychological examination a few weeks back, and I still haven't gotten the results. I actually get to call about that tomorrow. And then don't even get me started with bloody taxes. I mean, I got $4,300 back from the government last week, so yeah, no, this is, well, insurance didn't cover it because this was the FAA neuropsychological exam, and the way that insurance looks at it is insurance will say, okay, this is for a hobby, so we're not going to cover it, right? But I do have health insurance. But it's still wildly broken. Yeah, Yeah, no, the system here in the US is broken, so it's badly broken. Alright, let's see. Fuel loan center, what does that mean in terms of law? I'll wait until it's out, until it's 0, then I'll go ahead and turn off. In case anyone's curious, our ETA for Baltimore today is currently 14:01 Zulu. But that'll most likely be extended to about 14:30 Zulu. It's in about 6 hours or so. And we're actually flying as a aeronaut today. Yeah, I know it. And, you know, the thing is that I might actually, yeah, because I blocked that person. Yeah, the thing is, Joanna, I might actually do that in, September, most likely. Currently in the middle of planning a trip over there. September, maybe, I don't know for certain yet. You know, talk with some people once they get back from Milan. I'm most likely going to come over there in September. They are not going to accept that. Actually, I did the research, and apparently you are not allowed to fly in the U.S. at all without a FAA medical. At all, right? And so you have to fly as a passenger here to the U.S. first, get the FAA medical, and then, even if you work for an international airline, then you actually then you can begin to fly for that airline overseas, which is beyond stupid, especially for the FAA one, which literally takes weeks to get. Yeah. And to be honest, I think that the FAA one's going to turn into denial, because I sent them a letter asking for clarification on something, right? They didn't. It took them a whole month to get back to me, and they gave me an extension for a month, and that extension is now up, right? And they only got back to me. The letter only arrived the week that it the week of it of the extension deadline, and so I couldn't act on it. So now I'm pretty certain that they're going to deny me, because I wasn't able to give them the information that they asked for, and they didn't even. By the way, they didn't even respond to that part of the letter. I asked, because I'm not actively taking any flight training. Right? Yeah, they wanted a full. They wanted a flight instructor to examine me for handling emergency situations. I don't have one, and I put that in my initial letter, telling them about the situation, and they never responded back to me on that part. So, I think they're going to deny it for that bloody reason, which is probably more their fault. So. Yeah, it's very annoying, though. Very, very annoying. And it does literally take a month. Well, the FAA's the FAA neuropsych, that was done by a third-party company, which is based about an hour away from here. So, right across the street from a micro center, actually. And those guys actually seem to be pretty decent. I actually did. Those guys actually seem pretty decent. If the FAA manager decides to issue me a conditional issuance, and require counseling, which I don't think they will. I think they're just gonna straight up deny it. But if they do decide to do that, then they'll most likely just drop the hour and go to the guys based in Bethesda. because those guys are actually fairly decent. I've been at a number of at mental health. I've been at a number of mental health facilities. Well, not really facilities, but mental health places in the past, and I haven't been able to. These are like the first guys I'm actually happy with. So I looked into becoming a controller for the OS. If I were to go apply for a controller position, it will be an immediate stamp that says denied. They won't even go through the whole process. That it'll be an immediate stamp that says denied. So, it'll be yeah. It'll be. I think if the FAA really wants to try to hire more people, I think that they actually need to lessen the health requirements. So. Yeah. Well, the thing about that is, Giovanna, I mean, planes are actually carrying passengers. You might have the fate of, or you might have 400, even if you're flying an A380, even more than that, like 800, 900 lives in your hand. Right, rather if you get into a car crash, maybe at worst, maybe in a really, really, really bad incident, maybe you'll wipe out 10 people. So, yeah, well, I applied for a I applied for a class 1 medical. That's what's required to fly airliners, not a class 3. I think that the mental health requirements are a little bit more lenient for class 3 medical. Either way, we'll see. Probably get a letter within the next week or so. Oh, within the next month or so, more accurately, saying denied or approved. What do you mean you can't even pass the medical for PPL? What do you mean? If you have any mental health issues, is that? Oh, yeah, that does make sense. That makes sense though, because there have been incidents in the past, especially specifically with the air travel. Oh, any mental health issue. So would autism count on that list then? Because that's what I have. That's the reason that they had to defer my case. That's what they deferred my case for. Oh, it was that, and then also eczema. But the eczema was, I think they've cleared the eczema now. Autism would be assessed, yeah. That makes more sense. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen people who cannot add 2 plus 2, and yeah. I mean, I've seen people with autism who cannot add 2 plus 2, and that's just insane. It's just insane that some people's mind just cannot think like that. Can't think enough to add 2 plus 2. But my mom actually works with those people, and yeah, it's annoying. It's kind of crazy that the brain can screw itself up that much to not be able to add basic math. Right, I'm not talking. Yeah. my mom is a what we call here in the U.S. a special education teacher, and she primarily deals with people who have these conditions. SENS. I have no clue that acronym seems such a. Actually, that's actually a that's actually a decent acronym for it. That's a decent acronym for it, if you ask me. I mean, it's good to acknowledge that that it's a neuro issue. It's a neurological issue, not a not anything else. Gross weight now 229. We are 21 tons above our maximum line weight. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, you can have someone like me who is able to do a lot of things, but then you can have someone who just cannot add to the list, like I said. So. Yeah. All right. We are officially out of fuel in the centers. Can turn the center pumps off. In terms of where Max is behind us, Max got a pretty late start. Max is 140 miles away from us. So Max is actually not bad, actually. I mean, they're closing in, but 140 miles, so that's good, considering they got a pretty significant delay due to some issues. All this tells you as well, you just have to be paying. You just have to be actively in the flight deck. Right, but it'll say low fuel or something. Low fuel in the centers. You just can't make this fuel, but that's like the only thing I have to do, other than a step climb here soon. And the step climb is up to flight level 380 in 700 miles. They do. They do. I have disabled, but PMDG will simulate it. I'll show you. And then if you don't have like an input, it'll start beeping at you. So. PMDG setup, aircraft equipment, I think. Pilot input, I think it's somewhere in here. Oh, and he won't. And he also sucks, so. Actually, I don't know. I don't know. Jonah, have you had any success with the A350 recently? I'm gonna give it. Oh, good, good. Five flight's not a single issue. Good. I'm gonna give it another go at some point after I get my Moza. Hopefully it's decent. I have to do an autopilot switch thingy. All right. Yeah, you have to I'm gonna give it another go at some point in the future. There was a day in which I actually did legitimately enjoy it. Back specifically in like October time after they had fixed it, after they had fixed the handling of it. But yeah, I'm probably out of the bus until I get my Moza, since that thing's so close. So. Speaking of, my stick should be arriving within the next day or so. Hopefully. I can't wait for any build. Well, actually, I say that. Any builds, I think their next aircraft is the A380. And I'm looking forward kind of to that. Keyword being kind of. Of course, I would prefer Phoenix were to do it, but Phoenix is not going to do it. I think Phoenix needs to prioritize an A330 after the Neos. Nice. The thing about the buses is that you have to like really overflare on them. I find, and it's kind of weird to do. Rather with any Boeing, it's like you just have to pull up on the yoke ever so slightly and get a decent landing. Now that means that it's a little bit easier to float, but with the Boeing, so it's really easy to get a decent landing. You don't have to flare that much. Right, it's only really about 5 degrees of flare that you get with any normal Boeing, with the exception being potentially the 747. I don't know if I remember that or not. Maybe. I might remember that. By the way, Joanna, I'm going to send you that livery once I've fixed a few things with it. I'm going to paint the cowling, and then I probably need to redo the file structure again. We'll see how I feel once I land, but I might want someone to stay on the ground at Baltimore with me for maybe like 20 minutes. Long enough for me to paint the cowling and fix the VMR. David sent me a VMR generator, and we'll have to see how I feel. I mean, I departed very, very late. I went to sleep for about an hour and a half after I got home from work. But yeah, I have to fix the file structure, and then yeah, well, fair. That's a good point. That I might need to. Who else owns 772? I forget who else owns 772. Well, maybe I could get James just to spawn in for a bit, because he owns the Flight Factor 777. I mean, I know he's next to me, but that'll be enough if he can just spawn in for like an hour or so. That'll be fine. So, or if someone if someone wants to spawn in at an A350 and then lie to VPilot. Yeah. Actually, Joanna, I will need some help with the tail, but it'll be a few days. I can't do this. I can't do this with Affinity Photo while doing offline because, as I found out like an hour ago, the VRAM usage for PSD files, which which is what PMDG uses, is very, very high. So this delivery I'll most likely have to do off camera, which is fine. It gives me a good chance to test everything. Yeah, Jordan, do you know why PSD files would be so yeah, do you by chance know why PSD files would be so extreme on VRAM usage? Alright. Because Affinity Photo was giving me a real pain that was being a real pain earlier and basically using up all of my VRAM with those PSD files. So here's what the PMDG delivery process looks like. It's all done in whatchamacallit. It's all done in Affinity Photo or in Photoshop, which is nice because it means I can get everything a little bit more accurate, just annoying at the same time. But if I'm gonna open this up, and you'll see why. You'll immediately see the VRAM plummet. Unless it, according to Google, let's see. Including every oh great. Alright. Well, I guess that is gonna be brittle. So for instant real time editing. Yeah, I'm getting to think about a graphics card upgrade, unfortunately. Even though that was like kind of last on my list, but I'm to think I might need a bit more than 8 gigs of VRAM, especially if I continue doing deliveries, which I might. Encoder overloaded. Do it. Do it. Close window. It's loading. Yeah, you can see. Okay, and now you see why this is going to be so much easier, right? Actually, it's doing not bad right now. I mean, The Sims. Actually, it's not doing bad right now. I might be able to do some of this. I might be able to begin working on this. Just let me know if the stream begins to screw itself over. First things first, I need A3050. It's actually it's all in here. Already in the folder at some point. All right, this here's the gradient. Where do I want to put the gradient on this one? You know, let me actually first get the actual color. Okay, it's running a lot smoother than it was earlier, so that I guess that's what matters. Hmm. Alright. Yeah, let's figure out how to do this. Give me a pixel editor. Oh, I don't know why it went over there. This one here is going to be so much easier to do, I think. Maybe not do that. Okay, I'll get the bulk of this done, and I'll introduce this base color. But I can see why David keeps all of his liveries simple. It's actually really smart of him. But I need the challenge. That's the thing. I will need the challenge. Yeah, once again, let me know if the stream begins to lag behind, then I'll stop this. It lags so far, good. It was lagging massively earlier, so, but it might have just been going through a bad moment. By the way, someone did make a, there's actually a few people made a Blender thing for this. But I'm not going to use it because if I can avoid using Blender, learn how to paint these on directly, that'd be ideal. I feel like this is so much easier though than doing it with Blender. Yeah, I might. Give me an extra wireframe just so I can see what I'm doing. There you go. Yeah. I agree with that. So, my bigger issue with Blender though is that take what any shit did with their A350. Yeah. Take what any builds did with the A350. Pay attention to specifically how they did not remove the SATCOM, and make that a separate object entirely. Pay attention to that detail specifically. Yeah? And I'm going to go ahead and make this in the blend right out of this right there. That's my issue with Blender because... Well, that's one of my issues with Blender because there was no way to paint that on the aircraft. Without using an extra tool. Or without doing it through the file. Or with the this way here. There's no way to fix that. It's annoying. And I still haven't fixed it. And I don't know if I am going to fix it, to be honest. Right, this part here does not have to be exact. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to... Now it's getting to get sluggish. What I'll do is I'll edit this gradient and yeah, it'll be easy. It's beginning to get a little sluggish. That's fine though. And I'll come in and cut around the corners in a little bit. Now it's getting slow. Yeah, I can tell. Control S. There you go. In that case, let me just go ahead and close it now. And I can even see now. They're just getting too slow. Alright. In that case, that's about all I'm gonna get done for now. So, well, now that I've actually saved it. Right. Just a lot of saving, I guess. Because it's working fine now. Let me know if there's any improvement. If I can figure out all this, maybe I should make all of David's the freeze. So, considering he hates it so much. Good luck getting him to approve that, though. Ah, fair. Actually, that's a good point. The undo kill. We're in a really early stage here, to the point where if I were to make any mistakes, I can just restart easily. So I'm not too worried about making mistakes on this right now. I'll cut in around that in a little bit. Gotta try to keep this neat. That said, the sim is slowing. Okay, maybe I will have to stop this. The frame. So it just went up 10 frames per second. Yeah, I might have to stop this in a moment then. Be annoying if I do. I know I am. You know, let me just get this. Let me just get this part done, then I'll end this. I'll get the gradient, and then I'll end it. How about that? So Joanna, just to clarify, I should be able to overlay the SVGs directly on here, right? Without the loss, correct? And then export all these as I guess, PSDs. Yay. Hey, that'll make my life easier. Actually, it might not though, because I might need to go back and get some of those SVGs. Specifically with the one with the BA logo, I think. Like I said, I'll clean up the edges at a later point in time. Would there have been a better way to do this? Out of curiosity. Maybe the fill tool? Surely there's a better way than going pixel by pixel on all this. There it goes. Fair. Give you that. Dang it, I barely know what I'm doing though. Alright, you know, this is getting slow now. It's something to close this. Something to close that. Everything seems slow. Good, let the sim take a second to recover. It's recovering. Fair. Okay. Well, still, this one is being neat, but okay. I guess it doesn't really matter because I can see I have the thing. So what you're saying is that I won't have to go pixel by pixel on this. Yeah. It's recovered yet. Yeah, it's recovered in full now. Yeah, alright. Good to know. Yeah, I'm both looking forward to AnyBuild's A380 and not looking forward to AnyBuild's A380. Yeah, but the fly-by-wire A380, that's junk in terms of performance. If you don't have any decent graphics card, which with massive amounts of VRAM. But the 747 from PMDG is going to come out here soon. And that I'm looking forward to. Actually, is there any update from them on that? Yeah, I think I forget who. Pete the Irish pilot. I think he said something like, "There's a lot of talk about with this Iran war going on right now, think he said that there's a lot of talk about them having to about it being like the true end of the A380. Yeah. Oh. The A380, I mean, it is a landmark, but it was a failure, though. I mean, especially compared to the 747. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with the A380. To be honest, though, I think we're kind of approaching a time where some of these airlines are going to go through so much I think some of these airlines are going to go through some really rough times. So to be honest, I think we're kind of approaching a time where if I were some of these airlines, I'd determine that now's not the time to do any flying, and I'd save whatever money I have for my employees, maybe cut their pay by a little bit, but because they're not doing anything, but not lay them off, right? And then I'd park a lot of my jets at this point in time, as we're preparing for. I'm not gonna say we're preparing for World War III, but things are certainly going that way. I'm not saying we're in World War III yet, but I mean it's getting to that point where we might be in World War III now. So yeah, I know. It's like the 340. That's a good example. The 380. Yeah, that's another good example. Mac, are not wrong. I mean, take our guy for example. I think he's a good example of that. I see that Golf Dash Ryan's winning. Yeah. Yeah. Well, not wrong about that, and you can blame us for that. You can very much blame us for that. Yeah. I mean, we all know my position on the U.S. at this point. I mean, I live here in the U.S. I'm a citizen, but I don't know. I don't exactly support us anymore. I mean, I think it's been clear for a while that we're the baddies now, and yeah, you guys do definitely have your issues, but they're nothing compared to us. They're absolutely nothing compared to what we have right now. I mean, we have literally someone who is acting like a fascist dictator. I mean, at least you guys don't have those guys yet. Keyword being yet. So, but anyway. So you can see that Golf Dash Ryan's winning, and that with 57% of the vote, then Golf Dash Kilo Bravo Whiskey India is second place with 29% of the vote, and then finally in last place Golf Dash Yankee Bravo Whiskey India. That is That is with 14% of the vote. Not bad. Not bad at all. Would be curious to see if one of these were to make a sweep from behind, though. Alright, when's my step climb? In about 40 minutes. Yeah, I know that's sad. Yeah, I know the situation over there is not. I mean, it's better than us, but I mean, you guys have a reform, so yeah, that one is like so plainly obvious. I don't know what the fuck the Italians are thinking there. Yeah, I mean, at least us electing Trump has kind of pushed back against some of your issues and helped them go the opposite direction slightly, but. I told you guys that a few years ago back, I actually flew to the UK on the same day that you guys got your new government, right? And and just happens to be, I just happened to do it on our Independence Day. I'm old enough to vote now, and to be honest, I don't know. I mean, how do I say this? The U.S. voting system is broken right now, and this is not like a super major election, and I live in a very, very liberal area. So I'll have to see what this year's elections look like. But yeah. So, but anyway, going back to the story. So it wasn't last year. It was the year before. I mean, Biden was still president, but I literally flew over there the day that you guys had kicked out the Tories. So I mean, you guys had kicked out the Tories. I remember looking on that as a Dreamliner back when I flew last year, or 2 years ago. Sorry. I remember looking at the election status and being like, this is not as big of a landslide as I wish it was, but I remember looking at those results, and that just happened to be on our Independence Day. So you can call me officially a traitor to the United States, even though I've always been one. Yeah, I know that's a really sad thing. You know, that's a really sad thing. You can no longer get what you want. You can no longer vote for what you want. You have to vote for what's less dangerous. So, all right, Max. What's our separation looking like now? About 130 miles now, I guess. Oh, it's about on 129.2. 129.9. Max, well, we can level off in terms of our speed once you get to about 40 miles, and then that will yeah, once you get to about 40 miles, then we can begin to then either I can speed up a little, or you can slow down a little. You know, actually, I'm gonna slow down a little now because going from 8.4 to 8.3 is not gonna make any difference. Actually, 8.3 is my econ speed. Oh, now's a good time. Now's a horrendous time to be in the political situation. Alright, I am going to go upstairs for a moment. Quickly grab some of my lovely beef, which did turn out very, very good. Be back in maybe 5 minutes or so. I'll wait it down here. Max, send me a message if we get any ATC. Alright, I've returned. This beef turned out absolutely incredible. Even after having to microwave it. Still really good. Oh yes. Not quite a roast. A roast kind of treated like a brisket in a way. Except I didn't do any of the smoking part. But the dry rub mixture on it. Let it sit the entire day. And then came back, put it in the oven for about 2 hours. Right, until it reached internal of 135, I think. Usually, so steaks I love rare. Burgers, medium. Yeah. Then everything else I'm fine with. The way however people decide to cook it. Steaks always have to be rare, though. Anything more than medium rare is a crime in my books. At least for steaks. You know, one of these days I really need to. One of these days I really need to get a brisket. Man, they're so bloody expensive. I need to get a full brisket one of these days and really go after some nice Texas style brisket. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yay. You have your cell cow? Good, perfect timing for me to go upstairs then. Yes, we are. We are covered by a Nat track, even though we are a little south by it. 131,900. First bit of ATC this late, despite me departing at 2. And I'm in Gander now. Gonna control Aeronaut 22 Bravo with you, flight level 360, Mach decimal 83.
X nose 22 Bravo, hello. Gander radio. thanks for calling, but you're already outside my airspace, so you can continue on advisory 1228. Bye-bye.
Continue on advisory 1228 for Aeronaut 22 Bravo. Thank you. Bye bye. I was mistaken. I thought we were covered by him. Actually, we're covered by New York Oceanic. Not that makes sense. One second. Let me let the dog in real quickly. You coming? No. Go bed. 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 You're vegetarian for 20 years. Bed. Nah, damn it, that sucks. That sucks. You should come over here to the US. I mean, we actually do beef correctly. But you guys still do fish and chips. You guys still do fish correctly. Despite me living in the area in the state that's most known for fish. Maryland has crabs. Actually, that's one of our state symbols, or state things, or whatever. And that sucks. It's fair. Nice. Fusion 360 is nice. I have a little bit of SolidWorks experience, but I think it's been about 2 years since I last used SolidWorks. No, maybe I'll continue with SolidWorks at some point in the future and maybe get a whole certification on it. I have 3 certifications that at the end of this year go to go away. And 3 certifications, they are Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. They just happen to be my only 3 IT certifications. Yeah, well, they're less of a waste of time now, but yeah, they're less of a waste of time now, though. Because the thing about certifications is that it actually proves that you actually still have some skill in it, right? Because you can have certifications that expire, right? And you can have certifications that constantly get renewed, and then if you have that certification, because you're meeting their criteria, it means you're up to date on everything, right? Especially with the IT field. Yeah, especially with the IT field, certifications matter, but everywhere else, maybe not. Well, in aviation, obviously, you have type ratings and everything. At least that's the way it is here in the U.S. Here in the U.S., they don't. A lot of companies would rather hire someone with an associate's degree, but then like 5 certifications under the belt that they're actively maintaining, than hire someone with a bachelor's degree with no certifications. I haven't heard anything from Grumpy yet today. Wonder if he's going back to bed. Yeah. Well. So Grumpy was actually going to join me for this flight, but then he sent me a message at right about 10 o'clock last night, kind of like right after I had gotten home, and he said he wasn't feeling great, so yeah, had to pull out of this one, unfortunately. But so I would have expected to hear something from him since then. Well, he said he had a headache though. That's what happened. So 10 o'clock is still extremely early for him, especially with your guys' new thing. That's 2 a.m. So either way, I do hope that he's feeling a little bit better now. You get back in bed. Yeah. You know, I cannot wait for them to end daylight savings time at some point in the future. Actually, I saw a. But when they do it though, I want them to make it so the time in like November is actually like permanent, because then you guys will stay Zulu time and match that up perfectly, and then we'll here in the US we'll stay at a decent time as well. Stay at a better time for me. Yeah. Fucking daylight savings time is a pain in the ass. Well, not for me anymore because I'm used to it, but so fucking annoying. Especially since I'm the only one who knows how to set the clocks and everything. Oh, how do you change the clock in the car? It's complicated. I have to do it. No, how do you change the clock on the stove? There's something to do it because it's too hard to explain. Even though it literally says on there. Oh, set the clock by pressing this button for 3 seconds. Sometimes it takes me a few days to do all the clocks as well, which is even more annoying. Right, I have a set climb in 20 minutes ish. Call it about 20 minutes for step climb. Oh yeah, it is. That is the definition of truth right there. And not to mention it messes everyone up. It messes everyone up. It actually causes accidents because people are tired. Yeah, and that's even more annoying, right? I mean, okay, well, it's not annoying for me because I'm used to it. But when I move to the UK, that'll be annoying. I actually tend to agree with you on that because for me especially, I have to add 4 hours to everything. That's it though. I'm gonna adjust it. I'm gonna build my clock panel this week, and I can just look down and be like, oh, it's this time zero. I know I shouldn't have to do that, but it's easier than doing the math. Especially when you're me and you don't think straight half the time. Alright, I'm gonna put the rest of this beef in the fridge in a moment. Yeah, I know roughly when daylight savings time comes, but and it kind of hits me by surprise. I'll still be like confused the next day a little. You should see how early I go into work on daylight savings time on that day. Like usually I'm there about half an hour early, and most days or whenever daylight savings time hits, I'll be there like an hour and a half early. I just don't know. Yeah, that actually sounds easy. I'm just gonna put this in my little fridge over here. You're done, you little bastard. Yeah, you are a little bastard, aren't you? Stop begging for food. Stop begging for it. You know, I'm gonna do my step climb. Oh, my optimum is still 367. I still got about 20 minutes. Max, be advised that our separation now is going down significantly. Well, I just fed him when I went upstairs. Then he forced me to let him outside in the backyard for a bit, and then he begins to bark. Holy, it's already 5 a.m. in the morning. I know. Well, this guy got up late today. This guy got to sleep in today. Well, actually, he gets to sleep in every day because me. So you chill. You chill it that part. All right. Max, what's your ETA for Baltimore out of curiosity? Mine is 14050. So mine's 5 hours out. 1408. Alright, in that case, what if I were to increase my speed back up to 8.4? That gives us 5 minutes. Yeah. I'll go back to 8.4 now. I mean, that separation will go down to it's not going to go down to nothing, but it will go down when we arrive. What's the current METAR for Baltimore? Yeah, it seems cold outside. Not cold as well. That's with me. It seems chilly outside. Not doesn't seem windy though. Calm wind. And like I said now 1,000 times, there's a difference between wind calm and calm wind. Calm wind is when there's no wind, or well, less than 1 knot of wind. Wind calm is when there's less than 3 knots of wind. Current Baltimore METAR is 3,000 degrees 00 knots. 10 statute miles. Visibility, few clouds at level 150, scattered 250. Temperature -2, dew point -6. Damn, it's high pressure. Altimeter 3054. For reference, standard for altimeter for inches of mercury is 2992, so that is like really high pressure. So you have to caution that. And that was all as of an hour ago. So we will need to I'll have to keep an eye on that pressure. It could affect our calculations. When am I estimated to need for landing? on 33 left. Just, I don't want to ever have to do auto brake 4, but I might have to. Auto brake 4 might be a requirement for today. Because that doesn't leave that much margin. Auto brake 4. What if I were to take 2.8? Okay, I might prepare for 2.8 today instead of 3.3 left. 2.8's, so usually they use 3.3 left for landings at Baltimore, and then 2.8 for departure. You're thinking of 2.8 as well? What are they real? Surely, no, if they're using surely no, if they're using 3.3 left. Yeah, you know, like they're using visual approach from my 3.3 left, my 3.3 right, departing 2.8, 3.3 right. But yeah, I think I might go just because we're both heavies. We might have to use 3.3 left today, or we might have to use 2.2 or 2.8. Sorry. For reference on 2.8, 2.8's the one we all take off out of. This is 3.3 left here. 3.3 left is also used as 1.5 right is used as a departing runway if a 2.8 is not available for some reason, or if the winds are more suited for a not 2.8 right, then they'll use 1.5 right for departures. I've never seen them use 1.0 for departures. I have seen them use 1.0 for arrivals though. Yeah. And obviously this is where we all were that one day. Okay, what aircraft do I currently have at thinking about Foxtrot 3. Interesting. Where do I have the Rolls Royce right now? Because I might have to get. I have a. That is Echo 3, I think. Yeah, that's Echo 3, which means I'll be taking Echo 1 when I get there. Max, if you're gonna go Echo 5, that's fine. Fox 3 is also fine. Just note that this is all cargo over here. Yeah. I've seen BA operate at Echo 1 and Echo 3 before. I've never seen them operate at Echo 5, though it is theoretically possible, I guess. Yeah. This international pier, though, it's actually quite nice. There's a nice little restaurant right here, and it's fucking expensive, but there's a nice little restaurant. It's literally called Passport. It's not the best food in the world, but it's better than the convenience store that's right about here. And then when you arrive, you arrive into this area right here. I'll get a satellite view for everyone. Okay, let's get everyone a satellite view. So yeah, when you arrive at the airport, I mean, this year is like double decker. Cannot wait for my new mouse to arrive tomorrow. I mean, this year's is a double decker. Arrivals on the top, arrivals on the bottom, departures on the top. Right, and then over here is the international area here. And then, yep, your TSA checkpoint is right here. And then you literally, actually, this does a pretty good job at showing the situation here. Then you go up. It's kind of steep a little, but you go up here, and then over here, right here is the international terminal. Right, but I mean, the check-in counters will be here. And this here's like a really nice, tall, like dome or pyramid shaped glass thing there. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's anything luxury, but it's a nice little terminal. It's a nice little area. And then Southwest literally operates half the airport. Right. So Southwest will they take up this terminal, and at least half of this terminal. I think half this terminal is split for American and JetBlue. Oh, actually, not even JetBlue anymore. JetBlue left us. JetBlue and I think Spirit. And everyone else gets this here, and then all the international people, which are BA, Icelandair, and Southwest occasionally. I think Southwest operates a flight to Toronto or something. So I have seen a few Southwest aircrafts parked over here. But yeah, I think it's literally just the occasional Southwest flight, Icelandair, and BA now that operates internet. Oh, also Copa Airlines. That's it in terms of international flights for Baltimore now. And it's a shame because we used to have Condor, we used to have Play when they were operating here. They used to have Play when Play was still in business. Yeah, they left us back in October when they went under. Yeah, we used to have Condor. I think we even used to have Lufthansa at some point, but they've all left us. So at least Southwest has been able to keep us afloat. But actually, here's the interesting thing about Baltimore, though. Baltimore actually operates. Well, but Baltimore actually carries more passengers though than Dulles. That's the interesting thing, and it's by a considerable amount as well. I think last year the numbers were for Baltimore were 36 million passengers, and then but for Dulles it's only like 30, right? So it's by a considerable margin. So yeah, Dulles is much more of an international hub now. Actually, Dulles doesn't really do much domestically anymore. I mean, they do have domestic flights, but nothing compared to Baltimore now. Absolutely nothing compared to Baltimore. And that's why my plan is, if I feel like I need to get out of the country fast, for any reason, I go to Dulles, not Baltimore. So. And I've flown into Dulles once now. It was a British Airways A380. this past summer. Here's Dulles. The thing about Dulles is that Dulles. It's kind of amazing that Dulles is still standing because Dulles was not built to last at all. I mean, they're building it to last now, but Dulles was not really ever built to last. But then it just turned into, then this massive plot of land just turned into a really big airport that operates a lot of international flights. So, speaking of Dulles, at Dulles you have to deal with the fucking people movers, which are stupid. Just build a fucking tunnel, you bigots. It's not that hard. Heathrow's done it. Heathrow's done a pretty damn good job at these. Yeah, these people movers, they're not going to last much longer. And they're literally called people movers as well. And essentially the way that they work, yeah, is so when you arrive, you'll arrive at one of these. You arrive at a stand, right? And then you'll get directions to go to a then it'll just follow the signs to like an area like this, right? And then a people mover will literally park up here. Okay, and it'll literally move you, take you across the airport, all the way to customs, which is right here. It's right over here. Okay. And the reason that that's stupid is because how do you think you guys like, get from this main terminal here over to here to these two? Is because there's an actual underground tunnel. That's why it's so stupid. Because the tunnel exists. So you parked at 5 Alpha. Yeah, Heathrow's nice. Heathrow's actually legitimately a good airport to walk at. Here's a question. Whenever you arrive into Heathrow, do you take the underground walking tunnel, or do you take the trains at Terminal 5? Because I have always walked. I prefer the walk. I find the walk to be a bit more fun, especially after my You gotta be shitting me, Joanna. You've never flown in or out of Heathrow. You've gotta be shitting me. Oh, Joanna, I gotta. Heathrow is the only. There's only been one flight that I've ever had that's not been either in or out of Heathrow. And that was from Paris, Charles de Gaulle to Nuremberg. So. Yeah, I always walk as well. Even on the way in, when the trains are easy, I walk because after a nice long flight, provides a good way to stretch legs. I feel so much more relieved whenever I take the walk there. And then going out, I also take the walk. I also take the walk whenever I'm departing Heathrow. So it does provide a good way to stretch the legs before you begin to sit down for 8 hours. Baltimore to me is, 35-40 minute drive. Even though it shouldn't be. It should be more like 10 minutes. If you were to extend 2-8, double its length, you'd literally be digging to my house. Why the fuck it's a 30-minute drive? Ask the people who designed the area. But it's a 30-minute drive. So. Yeah, Joanna, I don't know how the fuck you got away with that. How the fuck you've gotten away your entire life without flying in and out of Heathrow? Heathrow's my go-to airport. Whenever I need to get out of whenever I need to get out of the U.S., I always go to Heathrow. Because Heathrow is the world's most connected airport by a long shot as well. Yeah, and then of course it's easier for me to get into Heathrow because for me to get into the UK because I have a little blue passport and safe somewhere that says UK citizen on it. I also have another little blue passport in that same safe that says American bigot citizen. Sorry, more accurately, citizen of the United States of fucking fucking idiocy. Or, yeah. Okay. It doesn't say that, but it does say I am a dual citizen. And I'm not afraid to, I'm very, very proud of that. Well, not proud that I'm a dual citizen anymore, but I'm very proud that I have an option. Morocco. Oh, has anyone here ever been to Nuremberg? There's not much to do in Nuremberg, but it is beautiful. I was there last year, and it's beautiful. It's nice. Decent food as well. You've never been to Nuremberg? Historically wise, it's where the top Nazis were prosecuted. Even though, that exhibit's not exactly what I wouldn't exactly advise going to that exhibit. It's done well, but anyway, it is beautiful. You have the Humph Market, which is a nice big shopping area. I think primarily on the weekends. Lots of food, lots of music. It's quite nice. Just whatever you do, do not just whatever you do, don't try to get from Nuremberg to Schiphol via train. Go from Nuremberg to Frankfurt and then fly. We gotta get you on holiday one of these days. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. You don't do holidays. You got to be shitting me. Damn. We all need a break, though. I mean, even I need a break. My most recent one was last year. The big 2-week trip. Just why, though? Why? No, that's fair. But I mean, still, I find that I need to get away from the. I find that I need to get away from the U.S. every once in a while. I mean, I'm not like drowning in the U.S. right now, but last year and the year before, I certainly was. If you know what I mean. Just in the mood, just in the position where it's like I had to get out of the U.S. and could not stay another day in the U.S. last year, even if it was only for 2 weeks. Just needed a break from the U.S. I'm getting to get to that point as well, which is why I need to really get on booking tickets. Maybe. I mean that's understandable. I gotta wait for this TSA situation to calm down first. I have no clue what airlines are doing right now, considering the TSA situation. For reference, apparently a lot of people have been missing flights because they cannot get through TSA security. Because the lines literally take 7 hours to get through. Which is insane. But I think that something is being done about it now. Yeah, I need to get out of the U.S. and one of these days here soon. For a nice little trip. Perhaps I'll fly on the British Airways 777. British Airways 777-200. The lovely 772. I'd be willing to fly on a Dreamliner again, as long as it's. Well, actually, I say that, but yeah, I don't know if I would be, to be honest. The one Dreamliner flight that I've had, well, actually, I've had two. They both felt as if the thing was made out of plastic, which, I mean, it's like a metal plastic in a weird way. But I mean, it didn't feel right. It kind of felt as if the aircraft was a little sketch, if you know what I mean. I know that material is meant to stand up to a lot of stuff, and I know that the Dreamliner is thoroughly tested, but still, it just did not feel good. If you know what I mean. I went on the triple a year later, and 777 was so much better. It felt so much more sturdy. It felt so much nicer. Yeah, and overall, just the flight in general is better. I mean, it was delayed by 2 hours, but that's fine. I mean, if it's a better flight, I'm fine with it. It was delayed by an hour at Heathrow because it got out of Heathrow late last year, and then it had a bit of a maintenance issue, I think, on the ground here. So I haven't. The only Airbus I've flown on two buses now. I've flown on an A319, the British Airways retro livery one. Then I've also flown on an A380. So, but I haven't flown on the A3. I haven't turned on the A350 yet. I wonder if that's better. Wait, are we across the ocean yet? Not yet. Alright, that's the though. We do have step climb now to 380. Oceanic traffic, aeronaut 22 Bravo heavy, step climb now, flight level 380 traffic. What do you mean the 319 barely counts as a plane? What do you mean? You know what barely counts as a plane? The Cessna 172. That barely counts as a plane, even though it is. Everything beyond the size of a Cessna 172, though, definitely counts as a plane. Yeah, so, I mean, I know it's tiny, but it's good though. I mean, I only used 2 aircrafts on that entire 50-state tour. The A319 was one of them. Well, actually, I think I used the 321 for the first few legs. But for the most part, I only used the 319 and the 777. So, yes, the minibus. And the 321 is the long bus. I can't wait for Phoenix to release those Neos. When Phoenix releases those, it'll be good. And I have to wonder, when Phoenix releases those, are they going to include... It's not the fat bus, it's the long bus. When Phoenix releases the 320 Neos, though, would you, or I have to wonder, are they going to include the newer radio panel? The newer radio panel with the transponder, like, kind of built in entirely? That's something I'm curious about. You're not wrong. Actually, the 380 we cannot fly in and out of Baltimore, by the way. Baltimore is not an A380 capable airport. JetBlue is going bankrupt. They are trying to get a buyer, actually. And I don't think they are. I don't think they're going to succeed, unfortunately. JetBlue is going away, though. JetBlue, Spirit. Yeah. I just did my step climb to 3.8. I'm spending Baltimore now with 22.9 tons of fuel. And I am now 10 tons away from my maximum landing weight. 10 tons of fuel, that's nothing. That's precisely nothing. At 10 tons, okay. In that case, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let you go in first, Max, because if you have priority. Max, you're going to get in first because unless we can figure out a way to do some kind of weird mid-air refueling, you have priority. So, I have enough fuel to get to Gander if I need to. I mean, 22 tons of fuel, that's a lot. Actually, I have enough fuel to get to Atlanta and back. In that case, Max, okay, in that case, Max, your fuel settings are off. Yeah, your fuel settings are off then in a sim brief. I go 30 minutes contingency, 60 minutes reserve. Oh, here's a question. Are you looking at it in pounds and not kilos? Out of curiosity. Because with planes, the only one that actually makes sense is kilos. Not even gallons, like what's in the Cessna. It's fucking kilos. Which kilos works. Damn, that's a little low. I think the lowest that I've ever been for that is 7. Or no, for across the pond, I think the lowest I've ever been is about 12, and at about 13, I begin to panic because at 7 is when you get the insufficient fuel warning, on the screens. I usually land with 20 tons or over 20 tons spare. What I do with every single flight that I do across the pond, I literally go in and say, "Give me an extra 10 tons of fuel." That's not that bad. I mean, just note though that you can't get that in terms of your alternates. Your alternate is only Dulles. You cannot. Your alternate is no longer JFK. You do not have the fuel to get up to JFK. You have the fuel to get to Dulles, not JFK. Or you could also go to Philly, but you don't have the fuel to get to Kennedy from Baltimore. I'd say that you have enough fuel for a singular go around. Then after the second go around, it is an immediate direct turn, direct Dulles, or direct Kennedy, or not Kennedy, or direct Philadelphia. That's the way I'd look at it. No, you don't have anything for holds. So. Impactor. What? Impactor. That's funny. Discord, but you worked for me on my phone. Thank you. Heather's all lit up now. Gatwick's all lit up. Let's see anything on the East Coast yet. Teterborough's in line. Yeah, so there's Teterboro in one. And then I think that's about it. Yeah. Wonder if we're gonna get any Washington control. I hope for Washington control. Just a reminder, CTAF rules are in effect for Baltimore. CTAF for Baltimore is 119,400. Now, in case I need to divert, I can divert anywhere. As long as it's not Heathrow. Damn. Damn, that hurts. I think the lowest I've been on fuel has been, A320, I had let New Sky do the calculations for it. I think I landed with 2 tons of fuel. Which is basically nothing. But, I mean, that is something in the, in the tiny jets. And then in terms of the triple, I've landed it at Gatwick with I think so. I think I might remember that incident. I do remember that incident. Oh, that's horrendous. The lowest fuel that I've ever landed within the triples, the Gatwick incident with 6.5 tons. And now that was an incident, and then I had to declare a mayday after that. Yeah, I should have had to declare the mayday on that approach. Essentially say, I essentially told that controller, look, if you send me around, then we're gonna crash, or I'm gonna have to divert over to Heathrow. So, yeah. So in terms of fuel settings, my standard fuel setting is here, 60 minutes contingency, and then 30 minutes reserve, and then I always add extra fuel, and then I always yeah. No, whenever I begin to get low on fuel, I declare mayday, mayday, mayday. Even if I might not exactly have to, because some people don't. It's come to my attention that some people have no clue what pan means. You heard about that Gatwick incident? You heard about about the Gatwick incident? Essentially, I was on short final, 300 feet off the ground, and the aircraft behind me literally tried to overtake me at 300 feet. Yep, that aircraft behind me literally tried to overtake me at 300 feet off the ground, forcing me to go around. And I was already low on fuel. And then in the downwind, I got the insufficient fuel warning. And I actually kind of considered diversion right there. But then I didn't. And I still botched landing. Actually, I don't know if I've had a singular decent landing into Gatwick, to be honest. I mean, I always get with Gatwick. I always I'm always floating that approach, I think. I don't think I've ever had a decent textbook perfect landing at Gatwick. Not ever. That would do it. That would do it. How's that livery holding up, by the way? How's Grumpy's livery holding up? Oh, this guy just doesn't give enough, with my experience. This guy just never gives enough. I've never had it give too much. I've always had it give too little. Which is why I just go into Simbrief and do it myself now. I mean, I kind of wish there's a way for you to just generate the flight plan with the New Sky, but then you just got to use whatever settings you have, but it doesn't do that. The 320, I'm always overweight on the 320 as well, and it's usually by a massive amount to the point where I have to cruise at like 140 and hold for like half an hour. Morning, Ben. Welcome aboard. We are not far from leaving Oceanic. And we have, roughly speaking, 4 hours of touchdown. We're almost out of Oceanic. Skipping straight past Gander Radio, which is a kind of unfortunate, but whatever. Blame Simbri for giving me a flight plan that actually is decent for once. Okay, they gave me a flight plan, but then they fucked it as well. And what I mean by that is they gave me a flight plan, but then they mucked up the arrival. I mean, there's a simple way to do the arrival. It's called go direct from Copez to Modena, then Modena to Nookie, and then at Nookie join the Trish 4 Nookie transition arrival for Baltimore. I'll show you what Simbrief did though, and I've already made the adjustment. This is what New Sky did, or what Simbrief did, and it's kind of bad, especially considering there's literally a waypoint completely valid right here. It's Modena, and get right from Copez to Modena, and then Nookie. Then at Nookie, you join up on the Trish 4 arrival as usual. That's the way it's always been done. That's the way it should be done. It's the only way that makes sense. I know it has, well, and it's me not looking at the route. Well, actually, I did look at the route this time. I didn't look at this part of the route. So I thought I would get it right. So, yeah, it did it to me, I think last week, actually. If I'm not mistaken, it did it to me last week. Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that now. Last week. Yeah, Max, if you want to put in that route change, that might help you out a little bit with your fuel situation. Kennedy to LAX. That's about a 5-hour flight. Not a flight that I'd do, but at least I'd go time excel on that flight. But okay. Actually, Ben, if you really want to do me a favor, can you bring a 777-300 to Baltimore for me? And I'll take this 777-200 up to Heathrow, or up to whatever. I might remember that now. You don't have a 777, unfortunately. Damn. All these Airbus fanboys here. We gotta get more 777s here. We all need more 777s. And I need someone to help do positioning flights on the 777-200 and 300s. Speaking of, what's my type rating status with the 777? Have I gotten into that bar yet? Not yet. 9.9. When was my last? I might need to do a. Okay, I have literally until next week to do this, or else I'll lose my 320 type rating. So if you're looking for something affordable, the honeycomb yoke, and then if you're looking for something more airliner like, that's a bit more pricey, the Boeing TCA one is fine. Just whatever you do, don't get the Logitech one. Actually, that one's literally up on the wall because it's so shit. But if you're looking to do any VFR, if you're looking to do the tiniest bit of VFR stuff, I'd go with the honeycomb. And it's a bit more affordable. Actually, I'm kind of considering picking up a honeycomb just because I'm doing a lot more VFR stuff. Kind of considering it, but that's something way down in the future. Yeah, we should. I'm gonna begin. I have to take care of my induction of my of that UK induction exam first. So by the way, I'll go ahead and show everyone this. By the way, Boston's online now. Go ahead and show everyone what this P1 looks like. Actually, now's a good time for me to check on my waiting list status. Ouch. Oh, damn, that is actually plummeting. Good. 391 now for the ATC waiting list. which means I really need to begin to work on that exam as well. Anyway, I'll go ahead and show everyone this what this P1 looks like. Alright, so here's what it looks like. So the way you have to do it, right? You get on the wait list first, which is what I recommend. And then you make your way through all of this stuff first. So make your way through 1, 2, and 3 first. And then at the end of 3 you have a theory content exam. Okay, which I passed. I got a 35 out of 40. The passing grade for this is 70%. Okay. And then you open up a ticket with VAT UK, essentially saying that you have now done this. And then you get invited to a seminar. Okay. And then you watch some stuff. And then once you get invited to the seminar, then you have 2 weeks to get this P1 induction or entry exam complete. Okay. And this will be locked until you do the P1 seminar. They have to add your CIDs to it. But you watch these 2 videos, and then for this you have to get a 85% mark with it. Oh shit. Oh shit. That sucks. Have you tried clearing out your WASM yet? Yeah. So Grumpy actually has a rule. He doesn't do anything there. Okay. You might have to ask Grumpy what he does for all that stuff. Oh, we have New York hopped online. We're entering Boston first. Yeah, but Baltimore's looking fine, so fair. But anyway, this P1, it is actually pretty thorough. So, and then you do all these. So, and then once you're done with this, you get your P1 rating. So. Yeah, I've had to do NewsCat restore a few times. It's annoying when I have to do it because it just feels as if I didn't do the flight in full. But I mean, I've had to do it a few times, unfortunately. I will give PMDG credit where credit is due. PMDG does legitimately care about WASM and care about not having WASM crashes. They are very, very, very reliable. So I would give PMDG credit there. I think I've only had now 2 issues that I could theoretically say were PMDG's fault. The one was I guess about 2 weeks ago. When I think we were hitting some pretty extreme winds and it did not handle those winds at all. And then the other was a WASM crash, and I think that was more caused by GSX, if I'm not mistaken. By me pre-assigning a stand with GSX. So yeah, it's just kind of annoying though. And now the more annoying thing with that one WASM crash was that I was literally holding over Buffington. So I had entered a hold at Buffington to burn off a little fuel, and it's a 6-hour flight. So all right. In a moment, I'll go ahead and make the cowling for the 350. Oh, you're back in now. That's very fast. Damn, that's fast. All right, I'll go ahead and reduce my speed again. All right, I'll reduce my speed again so you can catch up. Back to about 150 miles. I'll go, no, I'll go 8. What's my econ right now? I'll go 8.3 for right now. But we have Boston and New York online. Hopefully they both stay online by the time I get there. We'll be contacting Boston first. They are beginning to, the coast is beginning to light up a little. Nice. Alright, just be advised, turbulence, you're about to go through some, moderate turbulence here. I have to keep that in mind. Then, this is bad. Assume for Baltimore we're the only two. Oh, there's the third arrival. What's the third? Southwest going from San Fran. Or San Diego, actually. How's that livery holding up? The livery going well. There's a few things I have to make adjustments on. I'm gonna paint the cowling, like I said. And then I think I have to redo the file structure again. Because so David sent me a VMR generator. And I said this earlier in the stream. David sent me a VMR generator. It generated the VMR for me. and it still did not work. Which makes me think that the file structure is just straight up broken. For the any builds A3 for my livery, which would make sense because there are things with the livery that are broken that I can tell, right? So so there's 2 livery config files, one of them's not being used, and I could tell that. It essentially includes the data for the SATCOM and for the screens. So, because my livery uses the newer screens with the black bezels, not the older screens with the gray bezels. Even though I generally I prefer the older screens in my personal opinion, but that's just me. But yeah, I have to redo that bit, and then hopefully after that I can fix the VMR. Maybe, don't know. Hopefully anyway. If not, I'm gonna have to talk to David and send him delivery and see if he can fix it. But whatever I... Oh, nice. 11 tons, that's doable. That is doable. You artificially added yourself, give yourself extra fuel, thanks to a WASM. In that case, you might be able to have enough fuel to get to Kennedy if you were to have to divert. I still prefer arriving with 15 tons bare minimum, but I mean, 11 tons, that's a little bit more. That's decent. Optimum 374, max 400. I don't know. I did not have another step climb. Max, out of curiosity, what speed are you going now? Are you going 8.7 still? So I'm going at 8.3 and you're not catching up. And you are slowly, but just caution, you do have traffic behind you. It's a little closer than... Okay. Yeah, caution, you have a United 787 900 going to Kennedy at flight level 400 right behind you. And I'm showing them maybe about 80 miles. Maybe about 130 miles separation. So this isn't what we have. Yeah, with 11 tons you should be good, man. That's, I think, the least that I've ever, I think the lowest that I've ever arrived into a Baltimore with is about 12. So, oh, it's not even, the one behind you, that's not United, that's a longboat. It's a Norse. Alright, shall we get to painting this engine cowling? Let's see. A350. Where did I put it? There it is. Alright, cowling. Let's see. A350 wings. No. 350 engines. Oh, pylon. Oh, that's what I meant to say. Should be the pylon, not the cowling. Cannot wait for my new mouse to arrive later this week. It's a decent mouse as well. Alright, let's see. Any builds, why do you guys have to be absolute shit again? Yeah? Any builds? Do you see my issue with any builds now? They name it left. What they really mean is both. Them idiots. Them absolute idiots. Colors. I haven't looked yet. Maybe though. Alright, this cowling, that'll do that. For that cowling. Fix. All good, all good. So that's killing painted. I will send out a fix for the A350 within the next, give me 3 days on it. Give me a maximum of 3 days and I'll send everyone out a, V2 with a painted cowling with the painted pylon for the 350. I have the texture now, so it's just a matter of me fixing the file structure. Alright. ETA is in about 3 hours. in a moment, we'll go ahead and begin to upload or update the landing tracker and do some channel updates. In terms of the next tour, we're gonna wait until after the next Cross the Pond event to do it. Yeah, that'll be the plan. So the next Cross the Pond event is in about 4 weeks. We'll do the next tour after that, which I haven't decided if we're gonna do the new Round the World tour or if we're going to go after the Australian one first. I was kind of considering the Australian one first, then take care of the long haul one, but I don't know. Alright. I need to run to the restroom real quickly. I will be back in a few months. And I've returned. Alright. Any updated METAR for Baltimore? Because we need to begin to make a decision on the runway in about the next, I'd say within the next hour or so. Let's see. The pressure's gotten worse. That's the wrong direction. I'm gonna wait until the next METAR report comes out because, that was as of an hour ago. So, wait for the next METAR report to come out, then we will, but if it remains that way, though, then we're going to go, most likely 2-8. Which is a longer runway. So, just something to keep in mind. This is my filament arriving Tuesday. Wait for what's the separation looking like now? Is it decreased a little? It's 135 now. Separation's 135. No, I'll just continue with the speed of 8.3 from now. Then I'll aim for about at least 40 miles arriving into Baltimore. All right, what's up with the news now? Let's see. JetBlue eyes potential mergers. Advisors to explore possible combinations with United, Alaska, South, and Southwest. Interesting. Ground stops at all 3 major DC area airports lifted after strongest melt at FAA facility. Emirates A380 damaged by Iranian drone. TriSim announces GFX airliner effects add-on for MSFS 2020/2024. Alright, so how much is the Moza AB9? Because I thought it was $500. That's because it is. Alright, so here's a question. Does anyone here have any experience with the AB6 out of curiosity? That would be a little cheaper. I don't have any experience with the Moza AB6. That would be a little cheaper for me. Damn. Damn. Ouch. Ouch. Is it possible that you had is it possible that you had a USB disconnect? 'Cause I've had that in the 350 before. I've had the USB disconnects before, and I've had to cause engines to shut down before. In the 350 specifically. It's why for the fuel cutoff switches for the for especially the 350, generally I don't map those anymore. So. Just make sure to not cause any issues with the niche guy. Usually when it comes to the engines, usually I try to reset those back up. Alright, so New York controller's online, Boston controller's online. No one for Baltimore yet. Alright. Do you have that updated METAR yet? We do. Still going the wrong direction in terms of the altimeter. Still the wrong bloody direction. Yeah, it's still the wrong bloody direction. So it was 3051, then it turned into 3056, and now it's 3057. Yeah, I think I'm going to prepare for 2.8 for today, because at the end of the day, I do need run. I am a heavy, and I do need runway stopping length, and I want enough space for me to be able to go around if I have to. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the 2.8 for today. I'll keep an eye out. I'll keep an eye on the METAR. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Generally, I prefer not to use timing cell, but you know, at the scale that you'll be using it, basically nothing. One tail strike away from it. Yeah, that would make sense. That makes sense. Okay. Having up to our entry requirements for it detected okay. Oh, nice. Nice. That's Singapore to Tokyo. I was talking with David with the VMR. All right. I'll be releasing an updated. Alright. So we're officially out of Oceanic now. I need to just parted Kennedy. Nice. What's the situation they're looking like? It doesn't look too bad. Alright, Ben, so I need to ask you your opinion on this. Which is actually worse? Is it Kennedy that's worse, or is it Heathrow that's worse? I've been told that Kennedy's worse than Heathrow. Kennedy's worse. Kennedy's worse. I have a hard time believing that, but okay. I've been told by a few people that Kennedy's worse. Damn. Okay, how can we get that bad? Is it the queues or is it just the idiots? Right. I'm asking in terms of idiots. I mean, the second flight I did of this year, was out of Kennedy, and I think I was number 37 for departure at one point. I think they had a line 50 aircrafts long, I think. But in terms of the idiots, which one's worse, Kennedy or Heathrow? CPDLC works if the USA can get that in. Okay, that's what I thought. Interesting. Were you guys with us the other day? There's someone, I think, at Shannon requesting VFR clearance to Heathrow. Now that was funny. That was funny. And that was stupid. I mean, it was stupid, but it's also funny. That controller didn't even respond. He didn't even respond to it. That controller didn't even respond to it. It was so stupid. I think it was from Shannon to Heathrow, if I'm not mistaken. Though it might have been Dublin to Heathrow. Yeah, I have nothing wrong with someone doing VFR clearance and VFR flight, but that's not the way to do it. So. I mean, I have nothing against someone wanting to fly like a little Cessna 172 from, let's say, Dublin to maybe Eddie, or Dublin to maybe Belfast or something. You got a guy requesting IFR from Gatwick to Heathrow in 777. To be honest, I'd do that if I had to do a positioning flight. And the way I'd do it is I'd go out to Lambourne and then join the Lamb when Zulu will arrival. So. I think Clark's had a few easy A380s, and I've thought about trolling him a few times. Next time he's on the ground at Gatwick, let me know, because I'm gonna troll him. I'm gonna file an IFR flight plan that says easy 123 A380 Heathrow, or sorry, Gatwick to Heathrow. Yeah, just let me know when Clark's online next, and I'll go and troll him. Don't tell him I said that. Don't tell him I said that. No, let me know when he's next on Heathrow, or next on Gatwick. And I'll go ahead and do that for him. And I'll just file the flight plan. I won't file it or anything. I'll just file the flight plan and see about trolling him a little. Yeah, the call sign will be easy 123 in an A380. or maybe next time he's at Manny, maybe I'll go ahead and do it to him. Alright, Max, I'm showing us 115 miles separation now. I'm going back up to Mach 8.4. To Biggin Hill. Yeah, now that one will actually get me banned. I have no... do I know where Biggin Hill is? Yeah, you've been following... Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the VATSIM radar today, but... Yeah, I see that. Don't know what the fuck VATSIM radar thinks you're doing. It has you going all the way out to Halifax. Wait, but did you actually did you spawn in at Halifax though? Out of curiosity. Did you respawn in at Halifax? Halifax is an airport we've been to it a number of times on the channel. Maybe I'll go to Halifax again one of these days. For those who don't know what Halifax looks like, it actually had a major aircraft incident about a year and a half ago now. This is Halifax. It's a small little airfield. You got a 10,000 foot runway here. You actually have one or two heavy stands, mainly 2.8 and then 2.7. So I have done like a Heathrow to... I've done a Halifax to Heathrow before, so it's not taking that long either. But I mean, it's a nice small little airport. I need something to drink. Alright, so Max, I'm gonna go ahead and wait for the next METAR report in terms of runways. But I'm most likely gonna take 2-8 for Baltimore. It's gonna mean a little bit extra taxi, but the reason that I'm most likely gonna take 2-8 for Baltimore is because the pressure's only going up from where it is right now, and it's already really high pressure. It will take us longer. I need to make sure I have a decent margin for a go around. The next METAR report will come out in an hour, or in about 40 minutes or so. Oh, Linus is texting something in the group chat. When it was going to be. Ooh, that's a better question for Joanna, I think. But for any temperature, just anything not above 85, I'd say it's decent. When you get into the 80s, that's where I said you have to begin to, I think. I did the stress test of my system when I had all those issues, and I think my maximum temperature that I ever reached was about 79. And that was both on my CPU and my GPU. But I also have a very, very adequate cooling system in my PC. So I have the 3 front fans, and they're blowing air. They're blowing fresh air in, and then I have the 2 rear fans that's blowing all that hot air out. And then I have the main CPU heatsink, which is massive. And then my graphics card does a pretty decent job at cooling itself as well. So, but anyway, my cooling's quite good. So. But I think on average, though, I sit around the 70 degree temp range under significant load. So. Oh, it's pretty damn good. I don't know if I have my tools anymore to do it. I don't know if I can tell you mine. My CPU, yeah, my CPU is nice and cold right now. My CPU temps are on average sitting around 45 average. And then I have no clue where to even look for my graphics card. Maybe in Task Manager. Yeah. And then my graphics card is sitting 69 right now. My CPU cooling is very, very effective. Yeah, my graphics card right now is sitting around 70. So. Yeah, here's it. Here's my CPU. Oh, I don't do I don't do AIOs. I do good old fashioned air cooling. Because when the AIO fails, it will fail spectacularly. So. And then, here's what my GPU is sitting at. So 85 is a little on the toasty side. Might wanna. My next one after this, this week some point. Tuesday night, most likely. Damn, trying. Though it's Tuesday night, if I go, it'll be a regular time. It'll be 11:30ish. So. It'll probably be 11:30ish. 11:30 p.m. local my time. So that's whatever in Silu. Plus 5 hours, so around 3:30. 3:30 is Silu. I really need to join David in with one of his streams, but it's kind of hard right now because of work. See, they switched me. So it used to be that either Tuesdays or Thursdays I'd get off, and they switched it, and now I have to be at work every single Tuesday. So I can order stuff to for us to be able to continue to sell, and then Thursdays I have to be there as well because apparently I'm one of the few people with any reasonable Thursday availability. So physically, right now, I just cannot join in with any of David's streams. It's kind of sad. I mean, if he were to do a Wednesday stream, that I could definitely join in on that one. But right now, I just can't join in on any of the other streams because on Tuesdays and Thursdays I have to work now, and I also have to work Fridays and Saturdays. So I'm the only one who is quote unquote Saturday certified. And then I also have to order stuff again Friday. So in other words, the only 2 days that maybe I could get off in a week are the only 3 days. Sundays, which I always get off because they don't open. Then Mondays and Wednesdays. So right now they have me doing all Mondays nights. Right, so we're probably about an hour out from Boston. In about 30 minutes, we'll get updated METAR and then make a formal decision on the runway for Baltimore. Though I think I'm very much leaning in the 2-8 direction. So CCD, okay. Damn. News. It does look like he's actually in your control. He is a little busy. He is a little busy. I'm not gonna lie about that. He's a tad busy. This is the longest I've been up for a while. For reference, it is currently daylight outside. And not just a tiny bit of daylight. It is pretty significant daylight. 7:38 in the morning. But at least I got some sleep last night before I started the stream. Except from right about 11 to about 12:30. Then I think I got an extra 15 minutes beyond that. Yeah, mine is barely being used as well. Debug. Yeah, no, mine's barely being used as well. Damn, solid 74 frames per second. That's pretty damn good. Oh, actually, that's what I have. That's what I have it set for, though. That's using frame gen. Yeah. Yeah, so that's using frame gen. Well, actually, it's getting to it a little now. Interesting why. Interesting why it's not leveled off. It's supposed to be locked there, actually. The system's doing pretty good, though. It's consistently in the green. I don't know why it's dipping down into the. It was fine. It was fine a moment ago. Auto FPS. Let's see if that helps out. Oh, there we go. It's fine now. Every time you have to. Damn, that seems very, very annoying. No, this is TAA with frame gen. And I haven't noticed any kind of issues with the frame gen. Now DLSS I can't recommend, but I haven't noticed any kind of frame gen on top of a TAA. I haven't noticed any issues. DLSS and okay, well, frame gen I find to be fine. I don't use DLSS though. Sorry, 3. Yeah, I haven't really given. Well, actually, I have given FSR 3 a go. I just felt as if it had too much or too much potential with DLSS though. So. Look at mine. Look at my CPU. My CPU is 30 milliseconds in cruise. Get the kettle on. Hopefully it doesn't cause a power short. Out of curiosity, what CPU do you have currently? So, I mean, I've been running the 5900 XT. It's the XTX, right? Yeah, I can tell you what mine is. Mine's probably about the same. Yeah, my CPU is barely getting utilized at all. Yeah, this is getting utilized a massive amount, and I could probably 3600. Yeah, yeah, that could be a little bit better. I have a 4600G if you'd like that. I mean, you'd have to pay for international shipping, but be an upgrade technically. Actually, I don't know if it would be an upgrade, but I do have a 4600G if anyone wants it. I don't have a use for it, and don't think I ever will again. So when I first built my system, it was a system to replace a laptop, and I originally did it with a 4600G because I wanted something decent. Yeah, I wanted something decent, but at the same time, didn't have the money for a graphics card back then, so I put in a 4600G, and it works. It worked well until I decided to start doing flight sim stuff. At which point time I needed that upgrade. So yeah, Joanna, I have no clue how on earth you got the money for 5080, or that's a 5080. That's a 5080, right? 4090. Okay, why is your memory usage so much? Why is your memory usage 69 out of 127 gigs? First off, can I please have some of that memory? The second, why on earth is it so high? I mean, I have 32 gigs and that's fine. You still get stutters. Yeah, I have I have no clue how you're able to afford any of that. Alright. About 20 minutes, so we'll check in on the meter and then yeah. Yeah, I know you do. Oh, is that where all that memory is going? Is that where all that memory is going? I don't use NVMe anymore. I use SATA. Good old SATA. Good old SATA. I mean, SATA's not perfect, but I mean, it's not. I do think it's better than NVMe right now. Just because Windows keeps, or Microsoft keeps breaking in NVMe controllers. I mean, they broke mine a few months, I guess about 9 months ago, as reported on by J2 Sense. So I had to do a fresh Windows install, and I lost all of the footage. In that process, I lost all of the footage that I had recorded from basically January of last year all the way until after my trip. It was very, very annoying. I need some hot water because getting a little chilly down here. All right, ETA is 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Currently estimating 23.2 for fuel, which means I may or may not need to go and grab some fresh wind data. Yeah, I see that. I don't understand why one would want that, other than maybe 5% more performance, but okay. My cooling system is 6 fans actually. Yeah, bring cool air in, exhausting it out the back as a nice hot air, and it works very, very well. It works very, very well. Oh, it broke 3D Mark. Damn. Okay, from that standpoint of breaking applications that aren't meant to be broken, okay, now that would make sense. I cannot wait until we have a decent Dreamliner, by the way, because there's a few things more modern about the Dreamliner. When invalid results. Yeah, I can't wait until I have a decent Dreamliner, because the Dreamliner has a different EFIS. Well, it has a different knob. Which means you can go out as far as you want, and then you can also go in as far as you want. But then it also has a VNAV path up. It goes right there. I run with 1080p. 1080p all the way. And I have thought about upgrading to 1440p, but the thing is that then I would have to get a different graphics card. If I were to upgrade to 1440p, I would have to get an upgraded graphics card, I think. But I'd also get a bigger screen. So my 3 separate panels are working fine for right now, though I have considered switching them out. I've even tried to swap it out with that monstrosity behind me, and that's too pixelated. That for reference, right behind me, I have a 1080p. It's a TV actually, 32-inch, and that's just way too pixelated for me. So I don't use it, and it's just sitting there because I don't have any other better place for it. Someone do me a favor, remind me on my next grocery store run to grab more tea, please. Someone's gonna need to remind me on the next tea run, or on my next grocery store run to grab more tea. Finally getting to finish up a box of berries tea. Yes, I think one of you recommended. Let's grab more of it. Alright, what time do we, what are we estimated? Well, there goes any, Oh, Max, there goes any hopes of getting a custom runway. Washington Control just hopped online, which is nice because we're gonna get control all the way down, and I'll get cleared to or I'll get number 2 cleared to land. Meaning you are allowed to land on the runway. It doesn't mean you're exactly cleared to land on the runway. Messages. Which means we're gonna take 3-3 left. I can guarantee you. Unless we were to ask the controller just for margins. Which means I'll most likely have to go auto brake 4 for this landing. Which is kinda... I don't like to do auto brake 4. For obvious reasons. I mean, auto brake 2 and 3 should be fine, but not today. Today I'm gonna have to go auto brake 4 because I need decent margin. I wonder if Boston's gonna be online. Hey, Ivan. Alright. Any update regarding across the pond? Let me just quickly check the across the pond. Anyone here outside of me gonna try to participate in the VATSIM Cross the Pond event this year? If you do, you have to express interest through the crossthepond.vatsim.net page. And there's no guarantee that you'll get a slot. Yeah, there's no guarantee that you'll get a slot. It's a lottery system. It's a lottery system based on previous actions in VATSIM, right? So if you're, so if you've been participating in a lot of events, then it could help you. Oh, Jono, I did Cross the Pond last year, and it went pretty well. I got out of there. I got out of Dublin quite quickly. When I flew Dublin to Detroit last year, and I got out. I got out quite quickly. Actually, I have a screenshot. I have a screenshot of last year of how crazy it was. Last year is quite literally insane. It was insane last year. I'll go ahead and send you the screenshot for Across the Pond last year. Yeah, where is it? Here it is. There you go. That was how insane it was last year. I think the numbers were in the thousands for how many aircrafts actually flew that. I knew you'd take it. Well, yeah, no, it was it was insane. Yeah, no, it was something. Looking forward to that again this year, though, because it was fun, though. It was fun. No, actually, not really. They handled separation well. I didn't get a single TCAS order last year when I took the 777-300. I mean, it looks like not a lot of separation, but actually it's plenty. So, but that is across the pond for you. Looking forward to it this year. Actually, I've already gotten the day off at work. It does happen in real life, though. Not to that extent, but it does happen in real life. Not nearly to that extent, though. But I think they had... I think the final numbers came out to be something insane, like, I think it was 2,000 to 3,000 flights, if I'm not mistaken. You should really join in for the next one. You should really join in for the next one. It'd be... yeah, it does mean that. It does mean that, most certainly. And then they will straight up restrict arrivals into busy airports if they're at capacity. So I remember Boston last year was at capacity, and there were a few people who were trying to get into Boston, and they said you can either hold indefinitely, or you can or you can divert somewhere else because Boston was at capacity. Yeah. Yes, one of those times where you really do not want to forget extra fuel. And then if you're not part of the event, they'll restrict your takeoff, right, and they'll put you at the back of the line. I was able to get a really quick takeoff. What happened? What happened, Max? Oh, the fuel. Yeah, definitely one of those times that you got that extra fuel. And I remember getting to Baltimore area inbound for Detroit, and I got a little concerned about fuel. We're gonna get ATC here in about half an hour. So it's pre-allocated for it's kind of pre-allocated. You get assigned a route, right? You can swap that route with someone else, assuming you get a place. And yeah. Yes, so assuming you get a place, they'll give you the route. They'll give you all your waypoints. Right. All you have to do is copy it and load it into SimBrief, and then add all your fuel and choose your aircraft. They don't assign call signs. Fly with whatever call sign you want. I think last year went as Speedbird 35 Papa. I think, if I'm not mistaken. In a heavy 777-300. Yeah. And then you're assigned a you're assigned a takeoff time. Okay. And then they'll give you guides on how soon before that you want to push, and then also how soon you want to connect to the CN, because they don't want CNs to be too full. So. And then if you decide to if you decide to fly and you're not part of the event, then what they will do is they'll put you at a very, very low altitude for crossing the ocean. They'll put you at a very, very low altitude. I'm talking like 250, 28, 260, 270. Imagine crossing the Atlantic at flight level 240. Would not be fun. Not exactly. Last year, I think I did it with the 300 hours. Not even. So. But I was also not an idiot after that, so. As long as you know what you're doing, as long as you can really respond to ATC instructions really, really, really quickly, you'll be fine. Well, yeah, in that case, you might want to set the next one now. But you'll get used to it. We should have updated METAR by now. What does that look like? Alright, updated METAR for Baltimore. Damn, that altimeter is still going in the wrong direction. Calm wind, 10 statute miles visibility. Temperature -1, dew point -4, altimeter 3058. And that's still going in the wrong direction. That's extreme high pressure. Clouds, few at 1400, few at 2200. Sorry. Few at flight level 140, few at 220, scattered 250. Seems not accurate. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. If I were to run the numbers now, maybe we can get a bit of a headwind. The one time I went wind. The one time I'd like some wind, please. On the bright side, reversers in the 777 are really, really, really good. And really, really powerful. The downside is that margin is not looking as ideal as I wish it would be. And that's on an auto brake 3. Good auto brake 4. I'm gonna have to go with auto brake 4 today. Or I'll throw ILS approach 2.8 on request, I think. That's what I'll do. If not, our numbers do work out for the 3-3 left, but not as ideal as I wish they would. If only we could get a bit of a headwind or something. We'll take a look at it when we get there. ETA is now 2 hours out. Good and wake up the cabin in about an hour or so. You know, I need to do one of these days. I need to finish editing some videos. And working on a 777 guide. I started on that 777 guide, then I completely abandoned it. And that seems like next week's jobs. And I have a Heathrow to Baltimore to edit as well. Are the call signs for schedule random? Ask David that. Grumpy. So for the Baltimore Heathrow route, so 22 Bravo, that is actually the call sign in real life, and then they change it to 22 Alpha for some reason. Though it should really be 2 Lima Juliet, and Grumpy said he would fix it. As that is the call sign for going over to Heathrow. But 5x. ask David. That seems wrong, but okay. That seems wrong. I wish someone made a tool that said how many hours you had in a certain aircraft on VATSIM. I'm curious to know how many hours I have in the 777s. But because no one has that tool, I have no clue. I have no way to tell. So I just have the New Sky number, which I can guarantee you is wildly inaccurate. So my average rating in the 777 is 9.9, with my lowest in the past 10 being 9.5, with 384 hours on New Sky alone, not including this flight. That is nice. I don't know what my next type rating is going to be. I need to maintain this one, but I think I want to buy my Mimosa first. My most recent flight that was not actually in a 772. So in the 319 was, or in the 321 was a month ago. So I do need to do some flight in that. Maybe I'll do some short hauls on Tuesday night, or on Wednesday or whatever. No clue. Alright. Now is actually a good time for me to clean off the camera. So in case anyone's curious, it's my little camera here. It is a Fujifilm. Actually, I actually bought it off my dad. It is a Fujifilm X-T200. It's actually fairly decent. So, and I took it to Europe with me. So that it could use a little cleaning. It's not gotten any use since Europe. At least not much. So it's probably a good time to clean it off. No memory card. Yeah, no, I'm aware. It has a battery on it. Oh, fully charged battery, and I have another. No, it's actually fully digital. Mirrorless. That's what it is. It's mirrorless. I think since my dad bought this, I think they've released a new version of it. This one's a few years old, but it does amazing photos. Oh, the digitals have been great now for as long as I've been alive. I mean, this thing got me through my photography class last year. Do I have one of those, it should somewhere. I don't know where I have it right now. Should have a little ball pump that I use to try to get some of the dust out of that. Don't know where it is right now though. 1 second. I gotta search this. So much stuff laying around. Yeah. This one's been dirty actually since Europe, so. Which is why I need to clean it. In a lot of my final photos in Europe, there's like a little dot on the actual camera, on the actual sensor, and kind of ruined a lot of photos. And I haven't gotten a good chance to clean it since Europe. Wait, do I know? I might know where it is now. Maybe in the closet. I'm looking here first. Nope, it's not in that. It's not yet. Here's one. I have no clue where I put them. Best button on. Yeah. FMC. I think I can do that right here as well. Oh wait. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Well, you can't do that in the older buses either. So, at which point you can do that in the Dreamliner though. Again, now that's actually like nice, right there, right there. That's actually genuinely quite nice to have it in that layout. Now that I'm happy with. You can do that. Well, the Dreamliner has one less screen, so. Surely I have better microfiber around. I don't know if I do though. I'm gonna have to go pick up a microfiber before I got plane spotting tonight. I'm getting it there. Getting it clean. I'm not. Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, but Boston not offline. Yeah, that sucks. All right. Do any of you have Oh yeah. Does anyone have any ideas on on the best way to clean out the sensor without leaving any kind of gunk? Sensor of a mirrorless. used to use IPA. What's that? Looking it up. Okay. Would a microfiber work? Yeah, I have plenty of. Oh, isoprobe alcohol. I have plenty of isoprobe alcohol. So I might have to just use that. Actually, I have a mix here of mostly isoprobe alcohol. I might just go with the 99% stuff that I have. So with Boston, offline that gives me some extra time. One second, I'm gonna go grab that isoprobe alcohol and just do things stupid. Do things stupid in a moment. It's right there. I'm gonna write things behind it. Definitely not tissues yet. Tissues are always no go. Actually, this bag here might actually work pretty well. Let me test it on my phone real quickly. That'd probably work. Oh, I have a whole liter right here of 99% isopropanol alcohol. Actually, this method here is what the hell? That's a lot of shit. that seems to me like the best it's gonna get. Why is the main thread getting hammered again? It's like the second it goes outside the cabin, the main thread begins to get hammered. Wonder why. Alright, let's take a look. That works. That works, I think. Not seeing any. Good. Ultrasonic. Good to know. Alright. We're just continue giving this a bit of a cleanup. Yeah, and this bag, whatever. Worked out pretty well. Alright. I see some marks, which I can definitely see. All right. Any sign of anything? There's a spot right there. Two spots. Actually, it's getting to it. All right. All right. In a moment, we're gonna do our descent briefing. So. All right. Oh dear. Oh dear. And of course, there's a new spot. Alright. Go ahead and set this aside for right now. Alright. Descent briefing. Alright. So we are. It'll be ILS approach. It'll be approach 3-3 left. So visual approach, which means it'll be ILS approach. You'll intercept the localizer whenever they tell you to. Well, you know, actually, I'm gonna throw the RNAV approach on request. I mean, the wind and everything's fine for it. Oh great, we have to. Okay. We'll be contacting ATC here shortly. All right. Alright, let's actually begin to do our job here. Debug. Shut PS off. Yeah, it's annoying because it's like they say visual approach, but then they also say intercept the localizer, which means it's an ILS approach. Alright, come flight information ATIS request. Let's get the most recent ATIS for Baltimore, and then we'll go ahead and write this down. It'll be 3-3 left because 3-3 right is only used for what do we call it? 3-3 left. Sorry, 3-3 right is only used for VFR aircrafts or small, tiny ones. All right, so we have Delta currently. It'll be expect ILS or visual approach 3-3 left. I'll take the ILS, please. Departing runways 2833 right. All right, it is 3000 degrees 00 knots. Altimeter is 3058. Temperature 1 -4. All right. Any notes I have to take a look at on some brief? All right. Keep in mind, transition altitude is always flight level 180 for the U.S. All right. NOTAM. Taxway Bravo. What? Taxway Bravo onto Papa, and then Charlie closed. Okay, which means I'll be turning on to Papa. Okay. Interesting how that's closed. You'll be taking taxi via Sierra. Let me look for you. If you were to go direct to waypoint Swallow. I do not have that waypoint on my flight plan, I don't think. Wait, yeah, it's right after Boston. That's Nelly there. It might. I would not do that. Well, actually, I'll do it, and then you can do it. Okay. Yeah. All right. So yeah, you can do it now because I know you're a little tight on fuel. All right. You have Delta ILS 33 left. No wind 3058. 1 -4. All right. Auto brake is gonna get set. Auto brake set is going, or auto brake's gonna get set to 4. Which means you're gonna slow down very, very, very rapidly. All right, New York controls on 125325. Not getting dinged by them yet, but I'm gonna go ahead and throw this in now. I'll brief the cabin in a moment. All right. 25325 tuned in on the standby. We are still a few minutes out, so I mean we're not even in the range of Aegis. Descent. Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, some of these shortcuts do not save any fuel at all. Alright, 3 left. Okay. Alright. Don't know why I keep doing that. Let me just go ahead and throw this in. ILS 3 left. Which one's the farthest one out? I think it's Cools. Jans. ILS 3 left from Jans. Yay! Alright. That gives me a top descent in actually 44 minutes. So, well, New York's gonna give us some stuff in a moment. So, right now that we can cruise. Right now, we're gonna continue to cruise. So. This is looking better now. Piece of white. Yeah, and there's still, and I see it. It's annoying. Yeah, sometimes they never really clean. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Yeah, have you ever used a cotton swab on this? 'Cause I have a bunch. Maybe I'll try that next. Cotton swab. Would you recommend it potentially a cotton swirl. I have plenty of those. Special ones. Damn. No, I'm just gonna leave this upright for a bit and we'll see what happens. No idea about that. Alright. Yeah. Full frame sensor. Swap kit. Alright. How fast can I get this tomorrow? Maybe. It's wide font. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Grumpy's back. Uh. Oh, that's X Max. Right. See you, mate. Uh. Oh, I just got your hotel at Madrid, Seb. Nice. All right, we are about to. We're not gonna contact New York. When do we contact New York? Soonish. Not yet. I love how Gander literally just hopped online. Not yet, but in a few months, yeah. We have New York Control online, and then DC. We have Washington Control. So I started this really late, so it's 9 o'clock here in the U.S. It's 9. So, well, I'm not. We're not in anyone's airspace yet. We're in Boston, which Boston hopped offline. So we'll be contacting New York in about maybe 10 minutes or so. Oh, or did someone just say staying on Unicom? And I didn't pay attention. Is that what happened? Yeah, Seb, you and I need to see more European airlines. Give me SAS. Give me Swiss. Give me Air France. Atia. I think it's the way to say that one. The Italy-based one. I think it's IATA. You get Ryanair over there. You also over there. Who else do you get? You get Wizz Air over there. Um, yeah, I think that's about it. Have you seen the British Airways retro livery yet? Because I flew on that. Very, very proud that I was able to. The one A319 I've flown on was the BA retro livery. But said, how's the flight, mate? You're flying American Airlines, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. How long do they have? 236 miles to the top descent. Right, Joanna, would you be available for like 20 minutes after the stream to help work out the VMR file for the A350? Just out of curiosity. I have to rebuild the file structure of the livery first. Thank you. Oh, 19. Okay. 18, 15. Okay. Alright, noted. In that case, I might. Tonight I'm not. I'll see if I can't rebuild the file structure tonight then. Yeah, we'll see if I can't rebuild it tonight. Oh, yay. That sounds great. That sounds amazing. Your new TC. That is where the UK is right now as well, which is very, very annoying. I actually said I'm gonna build a time panel to put right above my power, or right above my speaker bar here. Gonna build that within the next week or so. Ouch, that sounds brutal. The nice thing is I live in a nice townhome where Amazon doesn't get to do that to me. Actually, Amazon in here is actually pretty decent. But anyway, I'm gonna build a nice little time panel here. So. I have 3 clocks on. I already have 3 clocks on the way though. I already have 3 clocks on the way, and I have some Airbus blue filament that Grumpy recommended on the way as well. Get to design it. We're gonna design it probably Tuesday night in a Baltimore Heathrow, and then probably I'll begin 3D printing it. Most likely that same night as well. I have 3 different color clocks as well. Yeah, let me see it. I have. I'm getting a orange clock, a green one, and a white one. So I'm thinking the orange one will be for the buses, kind of. So UK local. I'm thinking white, or I'm thinking green will be UTC, and then white will be my local, or something like that. That was actually Grumpy's idea to get them different colors. They're all the same price. They're all the same brand, just different colors. So, all right. Let's see. We need to do a cabin briefing in a. What will be involved in this cabin briefing? Of course, the MCP app. What time are we doing? Just after 10. Just after 10. Uh, 3 Heathrow. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is the captain speaking. In a few moments, we are going to begin our descent bound for Baltimore, Washington International Airport. Just a few bits of arrival information before we begin our descent. The first things first, we kindly ask any U.S. citizens to please install the MCP app, which will allow you to bypass most of the border protections process and allow you to complete any applicable custom forms online. Once we arrive, as per usual, just make sure you have your seatbelts fastened until the fasten seatbelt sign comes off. And then once you get out of the aircraft, just follow the signs to border protection. We will have British Airways staff in the hallways there for everyone, so if you need any assistance, we will be able to happily help you out with that. We are expecting a relatively smooth arrival, and the wind is calm. Expecting very little turbulence in our descent, though potentially some light as we pass bound right about 2,000. Sorry, right about 20,000 feet. Our current ETA is within about 15 minutes. Should be there just after about 10 o'clock local. 10 o'clock Baltimore local, 3 o'clock Heathrow, 2 o'clock Universal time, if that helps anyone. Thank you all so much for flying with British Airways and to Aeronaut today. Hope you fly with us again at a later point in time. Anyway, we will see everyone on the ground. Thank you. I have never tried global entry, though I have seen the lines for it. No lines. So, no lines. Oh, Seb, can you believe that they don't actually scan your passports now when you come back through the U.S.? Can you believe that? At least not for U.S. citizens. The past 2 times I've come back through the U.S., they have not looked at the passports one bit. And I even asked both times, do you need the passports? And they said, no, we do it all electronically now. Can you believe that? Fair, but still. Still, I mean, we complain so much about border protection, and they're not doing it. They're not checking passports at the airports. You kind of see the irony in that now, right? We complain so much about, oh, the border is not secure, but then they don't check passports at border protection. So, just saying. Not saying that the way they're doing it isn't better, but that's something for Republicans, for all the Trump MAGA morons to focus on. Yeah, the EU is very thorough. I remember waiting in line at a Schiphol, and it took an hour, I think. And they asked a few questions. They were very clear. What was your purpose for visiting the EU? How do you get into the EU? How did you where did you go in the EU? Where are you going next? Like, I arrived through the Eurostar from London to Paris. Then we flew over to Nuremberg. Then we hopped on a train from Nuremberg to Amsterdam. Hopped on another train a few days later to Schiphol, and here we are. We were there exploring Paris and Nuremberg. And we're flying back to London. So that's interesting. Alright, near control in about maybe 5 minutes or so. That's interesting. I haven't been to that side of the world yet. I will say, in terms of the lines, the US is the worst. Though Schiphol is very, very, very close behind. But the US is by far the worst in terms of the lines. Especially at Border Patrol. And it literally takes, Joanna, for comparison on how bad it is, it literally takes an hour and a half to stand in that line, even if you're a citizen. Because they're only going to have like 1 or 2 people at the desk. So imagine you have a massive line, and they're only going to have one or 2 desks open. And think of it even being rush hour. I mean, the US is by far the worst. Especially compared to Heathrow. Okay. Especially compared to Heathrow. Heathrow's easy. Heathrow, it's scan your passport and you're done. I don't have either of those. The TSA lines, I know that that's probably different now, but the TSA lines, especially at Baltimore, especially at Baltimore, at the Echo entry point, so the international entry point, Baltimore is usually quite fast with TSA. But I've never had a reason for Baltimore to get TSA pre-check, especially for how little I actually fly in real life. That said, though, maybe global entry, though. Maybe that might be worth it. Alright, is Boston configured appropriately today? That's the magic question. Is Boston configured appropriately? Global entry also gives you pre-check. Okay, I did not know that. What's the process like, out of curiosity? Is it just a simple go to a place and do it? Echo and SOCOM 3058. Is it like a go to a place and get a background check or something like that? Fairly simple application interview. Might look into that at some point then. Oh, I got Dulles Director on. Nice. Getting Control and Director on. Nice. What's the most recent ATIS? No, it's so nice that this thing is not digging into my knee anymore. This was digging into my knee before I moved it. I'm actually getting more used to just calling them directors because the UK, that's the UK's director and control, not center. What center? I understand control and I understand director, not approach. Right. Is Boston configured appropriately though? Is the big question. I beg a pardon. Wait, what? Was this recent or was this last year? Was there another plane incident in the Potomac just now? Recent. No. I did not hear it. I mean, I heard what happened at LaGuardia, obviously. Did not hear what happened in the Potomac. Was there another ground collision possibly? Oh. I know. Yeah, I did. I did. I did. You're talking about the odor, right? The odor and them having to evacuate the control center. By the way, that's CENTRE, not ER. Yeah, I heard about that. No, I thought you were talking like actual Reagan, not the actual control center. And I guess it theoretically affected all three of us, though. Reagan, Dulles, and Baltimore. Okay, I have no clue what the Tracon means. Seriously. I mean, I've heard some controllers use it. It's the control facility. Or the control center. Alright. Oh shit, I just remembered. Alright.
ILS 22 left, Kennedy altimeter 3061, descend and maintain 9,000.
22 left down to 9,000, down to 412.
New York Control, Aeronaut 22 Bravo with you, flight level 380.
Aeronaut 22 Bravo, New York, hello, squawk 7644.
Squawk 7644, Aeronaut 22 Bravo.
FedEx 1943, climb maintain flight level 240.
240, FedEx 1943 heavy.
New York Center, good morning, JetBlue 126, flight level 330 with clearance to flight level 180 at Hawks.
Crossing 15,000.
That was blocked, I heard JetBlue 126, New York, Roger. Who else had a call? Just the calls one.
Lufthansa 410 heavy.
Oh dear.
410 heavy, New York, hello, squawk 4567.
Squawking 4567.
Seb's mad at me now.
Allegiant 182, you're leaving my airspace. Washington Center is closing shortly. Frequency change approved.
Oh, come on. And Potomac Director hopped offline as well. And I can tell.
Allegiant 182, leaving my airspace. Washington Center is closing. Frequency change approved. Good day.
Boo. Matter. At least you're getting something.
22 Bravo, radar contact approximately 24 miles northwest of Kennedy, flight level 380. Descend and maintain flight level 280.
Descend now, flight level 280, Aeronaut 22 Bravo.
And Kalita 351, cross Clipper at and maintain 2000, Baltimore altimeter 3058.
Clipper at 12,000, Kalita 351.
Lufthansa 410 heavy, radar contact, expect ILS 22 left, Kennedy altimeter 3061.
Roger, expecting ILS.
Cabin crew 30 minutes to landing, cabin crew 30 minutes to landing. Thank you.
Lift, altimeter 30.61, Lufthansa 410 heavy.
Lufthansa 412 heavy, descend and maintain 4000.
All the 4,000, Lufthansa 412.
Near center, German cargo tuner X-ray, heavy, holding short deck, hot 22 right.
German cargo 29 X-ray heavy, wind 170 at 7, runway 22 right, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 22 right, and quick question, do you want us to
I did know that.
Right after takeoff?
I did know that.
Negative runway heading on departure, please.
Out of curiosity.
Heading on departure, German cargo tuner X-ray.
Out of curiosity, Seb, can you look up for me how many hours I have in the 777? Because I cannot find that information anywhere. At least on Patson.
I heard United 1035, New York, wind 200 at 4, runway 22 right at Whiskey, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 22 right at Whiskey, man, 1035.
Who else did I call?
You can't look that up. I know that the data is somewhere because
New York, hello, maintain flight level 370.
Mike turns right over
I have not.
left to C2 Mike.
Oh, wow. Wow. Nice. On the right side, the virtual airline is going to be profitable today.
Less 26 Juliet Mike, Clitorect Hogs.
Yeah, you see with the time and aircraft, I know that exists somewhere because
Center, FedEx.
someone made a
252
thing
heavy, ready
for
information,
Christmas
Foxtrot,
that
ready
got
to
that
copy,
information.
I Dallas.
One of them. She's the one who made the U.S. tour.
FedEx 252 New York, hello on requests. Expect PDC shortly.
Grumpy just released a tour the other day, which I might do first, actually. It's a long haul tour. It's a nice one. Taking a good look at it. Around the world in V2, and it does make a stop in Honolulu, so at some point in time I might request your help there.
FedEx 1943, you're leaving my airspace, frequency change approved, have a great time.
Uni 228, FedEx 1943 heavy, see ya.
JetBlue 126, descend and maintain potable 180.
Alright, so I'll do everything VFR. Golf Dash, Romeo, Yankee, Alpha, November. There you go. I'll do everything VFR. But put up your workload for you.
United 1035, radar contact, turn right heading 280, climb maintain 17,000. United 1035, radar contact, turn right heading 280, climb maintain 17,000.
Okay, 280, 17,000, 1035.
JetBlue 1881, turn right heading 360, vectors ILS 22 left.
Right 360, vectors to left, JetBlue 1881.
Lufthansa 412 heavy, turn right heading 340, vectors to final.
340 and heading JetBlue, Lufthansa 412.
Lufthansa 410 heavy, descend and maintain 4,000.
Descend to 4,000 Lufthansa.
No, I think what he's saying is you need to make a Hawaii tour entirely.
Heavy, radar contact, turn left heading 070, climb and maintain 17,000.
070,
Would be cool,
climb
actually.
maintain 17,000, German cargo to 9 X-ray.
Less 26 Juliet Mike, descend and maintain potable 180.
Oh, we could do it all VFR. It's less than 172s.
And Kalila 351, leaving my airspace, radar services are terminated, frequency change approved, good day.
Frequency change approved, Cloud 351, next up today.
Airnaut 22 Bravo, descend and maintain potable 180.
Descend now, flight level 180, Airnaut 22 Bravo. That works out well. Maintain speed 210.
Requesting taxi.
American 1033 heavy, runway 22 right, taxi via Bravo and Echo, cross runway 31 right.
I have to do my induction exam at some point in the very, very near future.
United 2371, leaving my airspace.
For the P1.
Frequency change approved, good day.
I don't do it within the next week or so, then I get kicked out of the list.
Over to advisor United 371, thank you, have a good day.
York Center, good morning. Westwind 2482 requesting IFR clearance to Lexington. Ready to copy.
Westwind 2482, New York, hello, expect PDC via private message, show.
Copy, Westwind 2482.
New York Control, Airnaut 22 Bravo.
Airnaut 22 Bravo, New York, go ahead.
So earlier we had a bit of a flight plan change, and I just want to verify that it's still correct, that it's still okay with you. It is direct from Copes to Mike X-Ray Echo, and then after that direct to Noogie, if that's all right.
Aeronaut 22 Bravo. Just to confirm, after Mike X-ray Echo, you're joining where?
After Mike X-ray Echo, it is direct to Noogie for the arrival into Baltimore.
Yeah, that sounds great. That's fine.
Thank you.
Lufthansa 412 Heavy, turn left heading 280.
Simbrief screwed us again.
412.
That's a Simbrief issue,
JetBlue
isn't it?
1881, fly heading 040.
Heading 040, JetBlue 1881.
Lufthansa 410 Heavy, turn right heading 320, vectors to final.
Heading right 320. Lufthansa 410 heavy.
United 1035, proceed direct Zims, climb maintain flight level 360.
Direct Sims and up to flight level 360 and at 1035.
German Cargo 29 X-ray Heavy, fly heading 040.
040, German Cargo 29 X Heavy.
JetBlue 1528, turn right heading 360, vectors ILS 22 left.
What's the bar on this? 343. 343.
412 Heavy, turn left heading 250, turn left 22 left localizer, descend and maintain 3000.
Under 3000 left 250, intercept localizer, Lufthansa 412.
JetBlue 126, descend and maintain 1000, Kennedy altimeter 3061.
We are on the ILS today.
61, JetBlue 126.
That's 26 Juliet Mike, cross Cameron at and maintain 1000, Kennedy altimeter 3061.
Cross Cameron at 1000, altimeter 3061, left to singular Mike.
JetBlue 1803 at rescue, leaving wire space, radar services are terminated, frequency approved, good eye.
Roger, rescue, frequency change approved, JetBlue 1803, hasta la vista.
Take care.
Here, Center, hello, Delta, Brickyard 4546, Golf Shorter Alpha, ready to taxi with Foxtrot.
Brickyard 4546, runway 22 right, taxi via Bravo and Echo, cross runway 31 right.
Taxi 22 right, via Bravo, Echo, cross runway 31 right, Delta, or Brickyard 4546.
Lufthansa 412 Heavy, maintain 3000 till established, clear ILS 22 left.
Let's do 2 left, 3000 established, Lufthansa 412.
In the UK, they have to tell them to descend glide slope.
107 with clearance via PDC, request push stop.
In the US, in the UK, that you have to tell them. You have to tell everyone to descend glide path.
Leaving
as
wire
well.
space, frequency change approved, good eye.
Proceed direct Greki, frequency change approved. Thank you so much. Good day.
Did someone try to call there?
Yeah, United 4985 with you stand 107 at Nook, request push stop.
United 4985, push and start at your own discretion, call for taxi.
Roger, we'll call for taxi, United 4985.
JetBlue 1881, descend and maintain 4000.
Descend and maintain 4000, JetBlue 1881.
Yeah, you get used to it.
FedEx 252 at Kennedy, ready for push and start.
FedEx 252.
Well, the thing about Heathrow is that you might have multiple people joining up on the localizer at the same time.
Discretion, call for taxi.
So
FedEx 252.
American 1033, holding short of 22 right.
American 1033 heavy, wind 170 at 7, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
And what that means is that you're gonna have to
right for American 1033.
So the glide slope for Heathrow technically starts at 2,500.
Wing 040 and descend and maintain 4000 for JetBlue 1518.
JetBlue 126, depart Cameron, heading 040, vectors ILS 22 left.
Depart Cameron 040, planet 22 left, JetBlue 126.
They do it right.
412 heavy, wind
They do it right, though.
170 at 7, runway 22 left, quarter lands.
Lufthansa 412 time.
Lufthansa 410 heavy, fly heading 280.
Turn left heading 280, Lufthansa 410 heavy.
Aeronauts 22 Bravo, cross Troyes at and maintain 2000 Baltimore altimeter 3058.
3058 cross Troy's at or maintain altitude 12,000 feet. Aeronaut 22 Bravo.
Brickyard 4546, runway 22 right, line up 8, caution wake turbulence departing heavy MD11.
Line up and wait, runway 22 right, Brickyard 4546.
Lufthansa 410 heavy, descend and maintain 3.
In a rush, they'll say clear dial approach, but that's not used that often.
New York JetBlue 583 out of Delta Alpha with Foxtrot for taxi.
The thing about Heathrow is that
583 New York, runway 22 right, taxi via Delta Alpha.
the glide step doesn't start until 2,500 feet.
22 right, taxi via Alpha, Delta Bravo, Charlie, and Echo, cross
So you
runway
actually
31
have
right.
to, so unless you unless they're at that 2,500 point, you actually have to tell them
1881,
you're okay to
heading
establish
010.
on the glide slope at 3,000 or 4,000 or whatever. London Control did a great job at explaining it, far better than I can.
410 heavy, turn left heading 250, intercept runway 22 left localizer.
Turn left heading 250, intersecting ILS for 22 left, Lufthansa 410 heavy.
New York Center, Westwind 2482, information Mike, rated a taxi.
Westwind 2482, runway 13, taxi via Bravo and Papa, cross runway 22.
Runway 13, Bravo Papa, cross runway 22, Westwind 2482.
American 1033, we are we're climbing to 5,000.
Yeah, in the UK you don't do that.
American 1033, radar contact.
You also don't really have final approach fixes.
Maintain 12000.
100, climbing maintain 12000 for American 1033.
Yeah, for the UK we don't exactly have final approach fixes, right?
17 Alpha and passing visible 360, direct push.
Aircraft calling, just call us one more time.
Longboat 17 Alpha.
Longboat 70 Alpha, New York, hello, squawk 4576.
3576, Longboat 70 Alpha.
Longboat 70 Alpha, just confirm 4576.
3576 and Longboat 70 Alpha.
Brickyard 4546, wind 170 at 7, fly runway heading, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff, Brickyard 4546.
Lufthansa 410 heavy, descend and maintain 2000 till established, clear ILS 22 left.
Descending to 2,000, cleared runway 2 left, dials for runway 2 left, Lufthansa 410 heavy.
China does not like US ATC, by the way. And in fairness, we have had a lot of accidents in the most recent future.
Can I maintain 230 for American 1033?
I think 2 out of the past 4 major aircraft incidents have been in the US.
Ready for taxi.
So we actually have a point.
FedEx 252 heavy, runway 22 right, taxi via Quebec, Bravo and Echo, cross runway 31 right.
Taxi, Quebec, November, Bravo, Echo, cross 22 right, American 225 heavy. Sorry, FedEx 252 heavy.
FedEx 252 heavy, just confirm cross runway 31 right. You're going for runway 22 right.
Fair. I mean,
Cross runway 31 right, FedEx 252 heavy.
well, we know what
583,
what happened. We know what happened with the first one.
Traffic will be crossing downfield.
Line up and wait, 22 right, JetBlue.
We know what happened with the first one. We won't know for a while.
412 heavy, cross 22 right at hotel, left Alpha to parking. Goodbye.
Cross 22 left, 22 right, hotel, left Alpha to parking, Lufthansa 412, thanks.
JetBlue 1881, turn left heading 340.
Turn left heading 340, JetBlue 1881.
JetBlue 1528, turn left heading 010.
Left 010, JetBlue 1528.
Lufthansa 410 heavy, wind 170 at 7, runway 22 left, clear land.
Clear land, runway 22 left, Lufthansa 410 heavy.
American 1033, proceed direct ship.
Direct to ship, American 1033.
JetBlue 126, descend and maintain 4000.
Yeah, but it's also the
4,000.
it's also the controller's job to provide
Plus 26
services
Juliet Mike after Cameron, heading 040, vectors ILS 22.
and to make sure stuff's safe for you, especially with stuff that maybe you the pilot cannot see. So
Longboat 70 Alpha squawk should be 4576.
Uh, 4576, excuse me, number 70 Alpha.
Austrian 1
for Papa Information Foxtrot, ready to taxi JFK.
JetBlue 1881, left turn heading 260, descend and maintain 3000.
Left to 60, descent, maintain 3000, JetBlue 1881.
Austrian 14 Papa Heavy, squawk mode Charlie, runway 22 right, via Bravo and Echo, cross runway 31 right.
Squawk mode Charlie and to runway 22 right via Bravo Echo and cross 31 right, Austrian 14 Papa.
JetBlue 583, wind 170 at 7, runway 22
yeah,
right, clear for takeoff.
HMNSs.
Brickyard 45 at 46, radar contact, climb maintain 17000.
I maintain 17000, Brickyard 4546.
Longboat 70 Alpha Heavy, radar contact, descend and maintain 12000 and expedite.
2000, longboat 70 Alpha.
JetBlue 1881, fly heading 250, maintain 3000 till established, clear ILS 22 left.
Heading 250, maintain 3000 established and cleared LS 22 left, JetBlue 1881.
New York Center JetBlue 8343 requesting IFR clearance to Boston.
JetBlue 8343, New York on request.
New York, Westwind 2482, Papa short at 1 tree, ready to go.
Westwind 2482, wind 200 at 8, runway 13, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff from my 1 tree, Westwind 2482.
JetBlue 126, heading 360.
360, JetBlue 126.
Brickyard 4546, direct Robbinsville VOR. Romeo Bravo Victor, climb maintain flight level 220.
Direct Robbinsville, climb maintain flight level 220, Brickyard 4546.
Less 26 Juliet Mike, descend and maintain 4000.
Descend maintain 4000, left to 6 Juliet Mike.
Longboat 70 Alpha Heavy, expect ILS 22 left.
Expect ILS 22 left, longboat 70 Alpha.
JetBlue 583, radar contact, turn left heading 100, climb maintain 12000.
Left turn 100, 12000, JetBlue 583.
JetBlue 1528, left turn heading 320, descend and maintain 3000.
Left heading 320, descend and maintain 3000, JetBlue 1528.
Lufthansa 410 Heavy, cross 22 right.
Let's get some up, busy.
Hotel, left Alpha to parking, good eye.
Crossing 22 right at Hotel and left on Alpha, Lufthansa 410 Heavy.
Aeronaut 22 Bravo, leaving my airspace, frequency change approved, good eye.
Frequency change approved. Aeronaut 22 Bravo. Thanks for your services. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
JetBlue 1881.
Baltimore traffic speaker. Sorry, Aeronaut 22 Bravo descending now. Altitude 9,000 feet. Baltimore traffic. And Baltimore traffic. Aeronaut 22 Bravo reducing now to speed 250 knots. There's a handoff. You can get the speed brakes to go full because I kind of forgot us. I kind of forgot about us at the end of that, but it's fine. It happens. You got busy. So I think FATSIM is actually a very, very good very good way to show that having one person at the control tower does not work. So, anyways, from my understanding that guy was controlling both tower and ground at LaGuardia, whilst trying to simultaneously handle an emergency aircraft. So, Nicely done. No one should prevent me from going 2-8. I'm switching over to 2-8. ILS approach turning 2-8. Turning 2-8. Baltimore traffic, Aeronaut 22 Bravo, descending now altitude 5,000 feet. Baltimore traffic. I'm going 2-8 because stuff makes a bit more sense for 2-8 today. Alright, do we have updated winds for Baltimore? Wind, no wind. Alright, 119, 400 needs to go in the box here. Yeah, no, there's discontinuity. Oh shit. Get it right, Woody. That's what I get for a last minute runway change. Then that allows me to save on brake wear. So I can go auto brake 2 and be just fine. Alright, then what are we intercepting at? But then what's the oh yeah, it's same borrow. Alright. At 3,000. Go direct from Fins. Baltimore traffic, Aeronaut 22 Bravo, reducing now speed to 220 knots. Baltimore traffic. That's what I get for last minute runway change. And Baltimore traffic, or sorry, Aeronaut 22 Bravo, descending now altitude 4,000 feet. Baltimore traffic. Did a very, very last minute runway change there. But that's fine. Then go altitude 2,500 feet. You know, throw me some flaps. Throw me flaps 5. That'll help. Alright, and then we'll get a radar vector. Baltimore traffic, Aeronaut 22 Bravo is going to leave Fins with a heading of 200 degrees. This is a base for ILS approach runway 28. Baltimore traffic. So because of the high pressure environment that we're in, it takes us a little longer to land today, and so having that extra margin on 2.8 is nice and is very important for today. Even though that might not be what they're landing in real life. Baltimore traffic, Aeronaut 22 Bravo, reducing now speed 180 knots. Baltimore traffic. And Baltimore traffic, Aeronaut 22 Bravo, descending now altitude 2,500 feet. Baltimore. All right. Here is the bay, and then that right there is the bridge that something that shipwrecked into. Don't know why it's still there, but that right there is the key bridge that went bye-byes like 2 years ago now. Baltimore traffic, aeronaut 22 Bravo, turning now, heading 220 degrees, still established, Dallas, runway 28, to established, descent glide. Reducing now, speed 170 knots until established. Baltimore traffic. Clear.
2500.
Clear Dallas approach. And the field is right there. Alright, lights are all on, good, got those on early. Nothing wrong with that. Get the gear down now, please. Clear the approach. Alright, let's take a look here. Take our flaps now. Take flaps 20 for now. Get the rest out on the approach. Maintain speed of 160 knots until 40 me. Baltimore traffic, speed, aeronaut 22 Bravo, turning final now, runway 28, reducing now, speed 160 knots until 40 me. Switching CTAF now, 119.400, final call on Unicom, Baltimore traffic. Baltimore traffic, aeronaut 22 Bravo, turning final now, runway 33 left, runway 28, reducing now, speed 160 knots until 4 mile final, currently 7 miles to run. Baltimore traffic. Alright. Final approach speed is going to be 138 knots. You only have to repeat yourself once when you switch over. Baltimore traffic, aeronaut 22 Bravo, reducing now, final approach speed 138 knots. 4 mile final. Baltimore traffic. Right, ground spoilers armed, flaps full, gears down, auto brake. Give me 3 today. Lights are all on, good. I can see that this approach is going a bit mad. Alright. Now stabilize. 5, 4. No, wait, I'll wait a moment.
1000.
Noted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls.
Approaching 28.
There's no wind, so there's no reason to muck this up today. At least no surface wind. Could be like Honolulu though.
500.
Stable approach. Final call Baltimore traffic, aeronaut 22 Bravo, landing now, runway 28, final call Baltimore. Continue approach. Stable approach on resume site, clear to land. No traffic on the runway. Continue.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Nice. Maybe just a tad off center line there. That's fine. Welcome home. Auto rake off. Yeah. Exactly. Virtually no flare. It's super easy to overflare in this thing. Super easy. Baltimore traffic, Aeronaut 22 Bravo now clear of runway 28 crossing 15 right now at taxiway Bravo. Sorry, taxiway Foxtrot. Baltimore traffic. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The difference. I actually think this Romeo, whatever. I don't usually take this into Baltimore, so, but it's the fact that this one had the longer runway today.
Approaching 15 right.
So this one had the longer runway, and I feel like we kind of needed it even with the auto brake 3. So Baltimore traffic, Aeronaut 22 Bravo now clear of all runways. Taxiing now, stand Echo 1 via Papa and Bravo. Baltimore traffic. Echo 1. British Airways. Let's get the APU on now. It's actually weird to be here in the daylight, to be honest. It feels very, very weird to be here in the daylight. Thanks. It's maybe a tad off center line in the end, but it's fine. I think New Sky might. Don't know what New Sky will think of it. So, I think I did actually feel like I overflared a little there. Oh, Joanna's saying good stuff about Boeings now. That's 2 things in a row. That's 2 things in a row. Yeah, no, the APU is easy. It's nice and simple compared to the rest of it. That's interesting. Right, then that's off. Get everything else on. Now you actually get a good view of what Baltimore actually looks like. One that's not at night. But I will say I do prefer arriving into Baltimore at night, I think. Feels right. Just feels right. See Latin VFR scenery, and I'm not the biggest fan of it. Not the biggest fan of the Latin VFR scenery, but it's the only thing that's really out there, unfortunately, for Baltimore. So, and the reason why is because I actually think it looks fine. It's the taxiways that haven't been updated in since I got the scenery a year ago. Just the taxiways. So Because this here used to be Alpha Alpha, but they've since renamed it to Juliet. And Latin VFR has not updated the ground markings yet. So, just ever so slightly annoying. And here's a lovely international terminal. Here is the place where I go to escape from home. And of course, Boston hops online the second I arrive. At least we got New York. I mean, most days we don't get anything. Swapping 8 hours later. Too bad Max couldn't finish the flight with us. Alright, the best strategy I've found with Echo 1 is kind of go out like that and then kind of like this. Yeah, it is. He needs to run through the inbuilds stuff. November 328 Kilo Fox. So that's what I use. Oh, that's what I used to use. I need to switch it over to a UK approved one. Ah, that's gonna be a little skew. I can tell. GSX not gonna like this parking. It's a skew, and I can tell. No, Sweden, I have no clue. Alright, APU is off. Let's go and get, or APU is on, running, check, flaps are away, good. Shut down both engines. Action, ground connections. Set the chocks. And are those engines continue slowing down for a moment? And now the beacons can come off. Alright. Can request the jetway now. Which is broken. So I still haven't. I need to fix that out. I need to fix that because the this here's the jetway and it's actually at this level. Actually, it's more downhill than anything with the triple. Not like that, which is very clearly uphill. Alright. Logo and wing lights off. Fuel pumps all off. Hydraulics off. Alright, we can let all the passengers out of their seats now. Window heat off. As this thing's next turnaround time is in a very, very long time. Well, it's in a few days. Gets parked here for the next few days. Electrical. Leave that on in case everyone's finishing up a movie. Alright. Alright, what's the damage? I'm gonna guess 9.8. Oh, it's straight up a 10. It was straight up a 10. Made 100 and nearly 143 grand for the VA. Actually, that parking was, it is a little off. David will be very happy to see this at home. All right. All right, and in terms of the poll, the winners. The winner is Golf Dash Romeo with Yankee Alpha November. So that is the winner for the new 772. Which will not be this one. Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal. That's brutal. That is brutal now. You know, maybe just because of that comment, maybe I'll just completely ignore that and just go Golf Dash Kilo Bravo Whiskey. I don't know. All right. I'm gonna fix delivery a little later. Alright, I'm gonna fix delivery a little later. Send out, maybe send it out tomorrow once I can verify the VMR. I might need some help with that early in the morning. But I'll ask someone else for that. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We had a bit of a boring moment, but then turned into a fair amount of fun. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I'm off to bed now. It is 10:19 in the morning, which is insane. So, anyway, I'll see you all in the next one. So long.